We will begin in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. We will begin momentarily. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Please welcome back Near Foundation's Martin Best.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Final day. Feels emotional, doesn't it? We've hopefully all made many friends, many connections, been inspired by a huge number of brilliant ideas that we'll take home with us, of course, after the big party tonight. Before we start, just one or two exciting announcements. Not quite Illia standard exciting announcements, but for any of you with a wallet with some NCON still in there, there are some crazy sales going on over at the swag store. Insane prices. Everything must go. We're talking 5 big boys per item now. So please do not go now. I can see two of you are itching to run away. Stay in your seats. There will be time. But in the break, please run over. Use those last bits of NCON. There will also be slices of pizza left over for you later. But get your T-shirts, get your hats, and of course, get your caps. So thank you very much for that. We're going to kick on now and start with our first speaker. Web3, blockchain, often spoken about as being immutable, but today we're going to be listening to Dmitry Palchun talking about the open and mutable web.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Dmitry Palchun. I am the founder of Dapplets project and Mutable web. No, does it work? Okay. So who are Dapplets project? At the first time, it's technology, it's a platform that makes 2 things. It parses the websites on the fly and introduces a semantic layer, it's a live semantic layer, that exposes insertion points, and it becomes possible to attach applications or widgets to this insertion points. And it's attached to this model, and these applications are executed in user's browser in the decentralized and permissionless way. What is a mutable web? Mutable web is a new Web3 architecture. It's a joint technology between BOSS, made by BOSS and Dapplets, and it targets the entire web and targets millions of existing websites also. The most important, the websites becomes mutable on user's demand, not on the owner's mercy, not under his approval. And in the end, it makes communities self-sustainable and resilient, and it starts unstoppable transformation from Web 2 to Web 3. And I will show why and how it goes. In order to understand how it works, let's see an example. Assume we would like to insert a dislike button into Near Social. I am the author of this change, and someone else, Near Social, is the author, is the owner of the website. So how it works? How can I change someone's website? Oops, it's work. It works in 2 ways. I can make a fork, or I can make a pull request. But most probably my pull request gets rejected if we are a small community using this dislike button, and Near Social can have thousands or maybe millions, we hope, of users. And if our request doesn't make the owner of the web page rich or anyone happy, our pull request will be rejected. So we can only fork. But in order to fork, we need to fork not only the button, we need to fork the container, then we need to fork the container of the container, then we need to fork the container of the container of the container of the container, and at the end, we're ending up to forking the whole website, and it becomes an independent fork. So we have few problems with this approach. First, this simple change requires a lot of work excessive work, unnecessary work. Or a lot of pull requests to convince a lot of owners for every component, if every component, every container owned by another party. It doesn't work for future usages. It doesn't work for calculated dependencies. And it doesn't work for other gateways. It doesn't apply for other gateways. So it's huge work if I would like to roll out this small change or get it integrated into another gateways. And this forked gateway has no usage. This is a last big problem. It has to be promoted in original community, but the original communities are owned by the owner of the website. It means any promotion from fork near at social near or the mob near is occurs under approval at mercy of its owner. It's not permissionless, so it's not decentralized. How we can solve this problem? So we have patched the boss VM, and now boss VM is capable to apply changes on the fly, and these changes are introduced by the owner himself. This is permissionless. It's get applied runtime, and these changes are visible to community who submitted to this mutation. We call it mutation. And the switch between mutation is always visible. It creates a competition between mutations, and it's always visible on the original website. So let us see how it will work, how it could be implemented. You see the original near social website with some additional element, book 1. It's a mutation switcher. Currently, it's original. It means there's no mutation applied. We go to the applications. We are looking for this dislike button application, starting as usual. But instead of opening in a new website, it gets applied and integrated on the fly. And these dislike buttons get integrated on the fly. And it means we have created a mutation. It's local for now, but it's already here. What we can do with it? We can switch between mutations. So if we go to another mutations maintained, for example, from DevHub, the dislike mutation disappears because it's not in this, not the part of this mutation. We can switch back, and it will appear as well. We can choose the editor, and we can change this mutation and add more applications to it. Then we can publish this mutation, and this mutation becomes available. We can share a link to this mutation, and anyone who will click on the link will open the mutated version of the original website. And we can propose this mutation as a pull request to the author of the original website or the original mutation, and this set of application, if accepted, will be integrated in their mutation. And we can also set this application as default. It means if I am part of this of some community, a default version of my default version will be set to the mutated version of the near social. It's very important as well. So we can use the same narrative and expand it to the Web 2. Dapplets provide insertion point where these applications can be integrated into Web 2 legacy websites. So this is an example how we did it. It's already implemented in the hackathons. So this is these badges are both components integrated into Twitter seamlessly. And the switch, a mutation switch, is provided as well. So, important to understand, this mutable web is a main narrative change and paradigm change for the entire web. It changes the way how the web can be used, how it can be owned, controlled, and how we can make business in the web. For example, the websites become changeable on users' demand, not under owners' approval. Users become a community-owned version of the website by default. It's very important because if anyone thinks that he should go to some near social in order to communicate to each other, the community becomes owned because the website is owned. But if anyone thinks he should go to another resource owned by the community, the ownership or the power of the owner ends because community owns this resource and the community becomes independent and self-sustainable. Community can deliver own services into other websites, or to websites, created and owned by other parties. And owners can adapt unit of functionality or applications that are already released and tested by community. It means currently owners become a lot of feature requests and should implement them, or pull requests and should believe that it will work well. But in Mutable Web, owners should only accept already tested applications with real usage. It's very easy. Control on governance, it will change as well. Communities can resist undesired changes and can implement own features. It means that they control their front end. It implies that community can choose which backend to use, because if you control front end, you can set which backend is to be used. And finally, community gain control over the UI it uses, and there's no matter who created this UI and who owns it currently. And as said, community can deliver own services into websites owned by others. The community becomes spread over multiple websites in the Mutable Web. We have a huge impact on economics. Because communities become resilient economic actors, nobody can extract too much value anymore from the communities, because communities can fork out. Community can resist. Owners become major community token holder, because if owners cannot extract much value from the community, if you can't beat them, they will try to lead them. So we'll join the community as a major token holder to keep the influence. And in order to keep this evaluation of this token high, they will tokenize existing fiat-based services or legacy services, legacy businesses, into tokenized models. And this will create an investing opportunity and attract capital, because it moves huge, I would say, legacy controlled businesses to crypto world. So what is the impact on NEAR community and the ecosystem? As a boss becomes enabled on millions of websites, of legacy websites. And Mutable Web will attract crypto investors because it moves legacy economics into crypto. And I truly believe that Mutable idea is powerful enough to serve as a main narrative for NEAR, as an open web. It's a truly open web narrative. And I believe Mutable Web has potential to generate considerable usage for NEAR. So, let's summarize everything. All major actors, users, communities, owners, investors, all of them have incentives to join Mutable Web to make it happen. And no one can prevent others from joining, because the user's browser is always under user control. Currently, user let the owner of the website control his browser, but it's not necessary. A user can control the browser. Is always possible. No one can prevent others at all, sorry. In conclusion, the transition from Web 2 to Mutable Web will become unstoppable because anyone can join, no one can stop, and there is incentives. Oh, that is. Sorry. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dmitry. So as we touched on yesterday, NEAR protocol is nothing without the developers, the builders, the innovators, and hopefully every one of you by now will have spent some time in the section at the back talking to some of those exciting projects and people that make this ecosystem so special. So I think our next guest is someone that is a really big character and a really important project within that ecosystem. We had some guests that were flying in from Korea, from around the world. This guest has come all the way from just down the road because he lives here. But his project is very much an international one and a huge part of the NEAR protocol. So I'd love to welcome onto the stage Mr. Alex Shevchenko from Aurora.
Hello, everybody. Pioneers. Pioneers are the people who have always put in themselves at the risk of ridicule. They challenge the current narratives and they're transforming the way how people are thinking about the things that exist. It is because of the pioneers our species advances. And it is because of their belief they are able to lead the humanity forward. 14 years ago, a pioneer developed the concept of a currency that is not issued by the state or any other centralized authority. 4 years later, his colleague decided that it can be elevated with the idea of the programmable logic that can be introduced on top of this currency, leading the way for DeFi and NFTs to exist. And then 4 years after this, another pioneer elevated the technology to the level that it is able to power the open web. At Aurora, we've always have been on the forefront for the NEAR ecosystem innovation. And back in March 2021, we've launched the first trustless and permissionless bridge in the world that by now has never been hacked and is an icon of the stability and security. Later, the same spring, we've launched Aurora Engine, the first time in the world when a fully pledged virtual machine is deployed on the blockchain. This is a marvelous piece of technology that fascinates people up until now. Later, we've switched our vision into making sure that user experience is good. We've introduced the first discovery layer for the applications and easy onboarding with Aurora Plus that was later developed into the Aurora Pass, our self-custody wallet that is working with Aurora. This year we have launched Aurora Cloud, a solution that powers the interoperable L2 stack with shared decentralized sequencer. None other solution in the world has this. Many people are discussing how to implement this. However, this piece is already working on top of the NEAR protocol. And also in spring this year, we've introduced some intriguing token economy updates, and some of them are yet to be developed. However, they are aligning the tokens inside, in general, not only Aurora token, but in general, any token inside of the NEAR ecosystem with the NEAR token itself. But it's not all about the history. The question is, what are we doing now? At Aurora, we believe that the current innovation that NEAR need to undertake is the onboarding of many, many businesses on top of the NEAR blockchain. Just because there are not a lot of Web3 businesses or native Web3 businesses, and out there are tons of Web2 traditional businesses. and in case you're able to teach them the value of the blockchain, speak the language that they understand, listen to their problems, provide the solutions, and share with them the success, the whole Web3 vertical is able to advance and get to this mythical place of the mass adoption. And I'm happy to announce, sorry, it's not this slide, but there are two specific verticals where the blockchain actually makes quite a lot of sense for the ordinary businesses. And the first of them is the fintech vertical, where tokenization of standard assets is able to bring quite a lot of benefits for the capital efficiency. It introduces the affordability through fractionalization of assets in case the investor was not able to buy the full asset. Now he's able to buy a fraction of an asset through the token that is represented on the blockchain. It unlocks liquidity and introduces the liquid markets. It allows for the assets to get better price discovery because they are becoming liquid. It makes the compliance procedures pretty straightforward because all of the transactions are structured and recorded on the public ledger, and then anyone is able to analyze the behavior. Because of this actually, the myth that the blockchain is the place for fraudsters and drug dealers is no longer the case. Blockchain is the worst possible place for these people to operate. And another vertical that is super important and that can innovate through the blockchain technology is the user engagement. Anything from the loyalty programs to gaming is capable of reusing the ideas of the blockchain because it brings to the end users ownership and control of their assets, and because of this they are becoming much more excited. They love to collect things, and because of this the feeling of the ownership is a great thing to engage users more. And another thing is obviously the distribution of the incentives and rewards. And we have seen this particular application or this particular vertical working extremely great with Kaizen and Sweat on Near. I'm happy to announce today the launch of the Aurora Cloud Console. This is a management hub for the businesses to monitor and manage their own blockchain infrastructure. This is an all-in-one solution that allows the business to have their blockchain infrastructure on their fingertips. With Aurora Cloud Console, businesses are able to log in and launch and monitor their customizable chains that are powered by the public or private Aurora silos. These chains are deployed as copies of Aurora on the Near blockchain or on Calimero private shards. The tool introduces the flexibility for the gas fees. The businesses are able to create the fee models for their users that depend not only on the actual transactions, and they go way beyond the simple Ethereum auction model that we all used to. Within the transaction fees, businesses are able to implement percentages of the value of the transfer, and they are also able to fully remove the fees for some categories of users. Aurora Cloud Console gives a simple and straightforward way for businesses to use the interchain interoperability in between different Aurora silos and also near native network. And another thing that I'm super excited about, and I'm happy to announce that we are launching a marketplace for add-ons to the Aurora Cloud itself. We already have the add-ons that are developed by us in this marketplace. The solutions that are ensuring KYC and KYB procedures for the users who are connecting to these chains. We have on-ramps that are integrated. We are working on another exciting solution that is called Aurora Shield. This is a solution that allows to analyze the transactions on the fly from the users, detect anomalies, and block the execution of these transactions. This is a super important solution for businesses because many businesses out there are afraid of their users making a mistake in an address or being hacked with a simple $5 wrench attack. Aurora Shield is going to detect the situation when a user is trying to transfer all of his assets suddenly to an unknown place or to a place that looks suspicious. And on the level of the RPC, Aurora Shield blocks these transactions. Also, in the Aurora Cloud Console, you're able to see the full real-time analytics on how users are interacting with the blockchain, with the smart contracts, and with your other parts of the blockchain infrastructure. Aurora Cloud Console is available on auroracloud.dev. You're able to go there, check the demos, and in case you are willing to learn a little bit more about it, you are able to come by the Aurora booth, and my team is going to show you all of the different features on the Aurora Cloud Console. And Aurora Cloud Console itself kind of closes the loop of the innovation on the infrastructure. And for Aurora part, mostly everything is done. Now we need to handhold businesses. But that's not the case for the Near ecosystem, our older brother. So we are willing to innovate with Near together to bring even better infrastructure in the Near protocol. And there are 3 specific projects that we are working on right now, and I'm happy to announce them today. First is that we're switching Near to 0x addresses. We are allowing, thank you. We are allowing native Web3 wallets to connect to the Near blockchain and execute transactions as if the people are working on the ordinary EVM blockchains. The look and feel of Near, from the standpoint of the user, is going to be, for the first and the most important interface that they face in their wallet, is going to be absolutely the same as on other EVM-compatible chains. This works without sacrifice of any usability and developer experience for the developers of the Near protocol. There is literally nothing that the developers of Near protocol would need to change in their smart contracts or on their front end in order to allow the users of MetaMask and Coinbase wallet to connect to their applications. This solution is scheduled to be launched in the Q1 2024, so it is not very far from the delivery. Another thing that I'm excited about is the project that is making the Near RPC more interactive. And by saying more interactive, I mean reducing the latency of the transaction execution on the Near protocol. I'm super excited about this project because it brings all of the Aurora technology that was developed in-house for Aurora chains closer to the Near protocol, and it empowers new use cases to be implemented on top of Near. Current latency of the transactions on Near is end-to-end latency is approximately 5 seconds, and this is far from optimal. However, with this project, we would be able to bring it sub 3 seconds. That will allow use cases like payments to happen directly with the existing infrastructure of, for example, point-of-sale terminals that have a strict requirement for the transactions to be finalized within less than 3 seconds. And the third project, the most exciting, is something that is going to be announced by Illia a little bit later. So please do not please come and also listen to this announcement, and we are also participating in this project. I would like to end up with this guy, Peter Drucker. He is one of the most important people who developed the current ideas how to manage organizations. He was hating governments. He was saying that the centralized authorities controlling things in corporations is something that is bad. He was a strong believer in decentralization and simplification of the business processes. He designed the concept of outsourcing. And this guy was telling everybody, innovate or die. And I'm happy to report to everybody that Aurora and NEAR feel very good, very healthy, and leading the way to the whole blockchain industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Mr. Shevchenko from Aurora for that fantastic talk. One of the things that, for those of you that were sitting through that engaging talk, he mentioned was that the world of crypto and the blockchain is less and less about these nefarious characters, and the level of transparency prevents those kind of guys having any influence in the blockchain anymore. So that's great to hear, and I think it's a subject that our next speakers will talk about. The moderator of our next session absolutely terrified me, Joyce Yang, not because she's in any way aggressive, she's very friendly and gentle, but she only arrived about 2 or 3 minutes ago, and I was scared that I would have to try to moderate this panel with only 10% of the intelligence that she has. So let's now talk about DeFi, about how it's growing up. We've got a really interesting panel here, and it's going to be moderated by none other than Ms. Joyce Yang.
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay? It's wonderful to be here. Good morning. Well, good, almost noontime. I'm here today with some stellar panelists, so I'd love to introduce them. But I think first, why don't you each have yourself introduce yourself? Because I think you probably do a better job than me. But here I have Arjun from Orderly Network.
Correct.
Mike from Douro Labs. Marco from Rev Finance, as well as Sid from Electric Capital. So why don't we start with Sid? You're the closest to me here.
Cool.
And why don't you give an introduction of yourself and your fund?
Cool. Thanks, Joyce. Appreciate it. Hey, guys. I'm Sid. I work at Electric Capital. I've been there for about 1.5 years. Spent a lot of time thinking about DeFi, liquidity provisioning, tokenomics, governance, and excited to talk about DeFi with all you guys.
Awesome, Marco.
Yeah. Hello. I'm Marco, the CTO of Rev Finance. You may know Rev Finance is a top 1 DeFi platform on NEAR, but you may not know we have a professional and efficient team behind it. Yeah, besides front end and back end, we have dedicated and excellent UI UX designers. We have QA, we have testing, we have data analysis, we have product designer and researchers. So with the support of this powerful team, we are keeping evolving Rev. Yeah, thank you.
Mike.
Mike Cahill, the CEO of Douro Labs. Douro Labs is building the Pyth network. Pyth network is the largest first-party Oracle network, and just announced deployment on NEAR yesterday. So excited to be here.
Hi everyone, Arjun, COO at Orderly Network. Orderly Network aims to be the ultimate DeFi trading Lego. We are an infrastructure and liquidity network with an order book, aiming to allow multiple dApps to be able to tap in and integrate with us and create a wide range of different financial products.
Thank you all for that introduction. I think let's start off early, kind of simple questions, and then maybe we'll get to some of the announcements that's been discussed in the last couple of days. That's super exciting. Why don't we start off with you? For Electric Capital, how are you guys thinking about the current landscape for DeFi? And within Near, I think we'd love to learn more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we've been really early adopters of DeFi. I know beyond just investing in protocols, we spent a lot of time providing liquidity, whether it be on AMMs or lending protocols. On the Near side, spent a lot of time looking at Ref, Burrow, Orderly as well. And I think the technology that Near provides allows, a higher fidelity of services on the decentralized finance side. And I think we're excited to see what other features can be enabled. I think, with DeFi 1.0, we saw the basics of AMMs, the basics of lending, but what does the next stage look like? Is it going to be RWAs? Are institutions going to be participating? Those are kind of the things that we're looking at. Yeah.
Awesome. I'd love to dive more into that later.
Yeah.
And for Marco, Mike, and Arjun, for you guys as founders, what are you guys most excited about in DeFi right now? Marco, why don't you go first?
Actually, at first, I stepped into this DeFi field because I believed that DeFi could actually help startup teams as well as regular users. The most exciting thing is, of course, it's still true. It's still true. But furthermore, I realized that DeFi is driving many innovations now. For example, who benefits most from cross-chain bridge? Yes, several years ago, we only need to move assets among chains, and it seems all good at that moment. But now as the DeFi product become more and more complex, we now pursue more for message passing bridges. We not only need our assets to flow among chains, but those business logic details to be delivered among products. Yeah, so I think DeFi is actually, pushing those new technologies forward in, this critical area. That's the most exciting part, in my opinion.
Gotcha, Mike.
I'm probably the most excited about the stuff that Arjun's building. Easy to pass it down. But I think that we're at a critical point now where we should start to see kind of overnight success of on-chain perpetual markets starting to eat market share away from centralized perpetual markets. The infrastructure is probably up to snuff now. When you start looking at the kind of feature parity of like round trip times, the amount of leverage you can get, listing times, on-chain derivatives are pretty much there. Pyth is powering a lot of them, and so we've seen this kind of firsthand. But the only element of it that I think is still missing that we haven't yet used to kind of grow, and like to frame that, we're at about sub 2% market share relative to Binance perps on chain. My prediction is that in a year we'll be over 10%, and I think it's all just UX. I think now you can get away with having all these features and then just improve the UX. And I think that ruthless improvement on that front, which is sufficiently easier from a technological perspective, still hard work, is going to happen. And making it fully abstracted, the DeFi experience, is what I'd hope to expect when we start to see people enter in an environment that looks and feels a little bit like Binance perps. And I think that's where we're going to get the biggest leg. And it's going to come as a surprise to everyone. And I love that about innovations where there's a whole lot of work that goes into the infrastructure, and everyone kind of complains that nothing's happening for a really long time. And then when there's that overnight success, everyone had forgotten about all that work that had gone in, and I think that we're really ready for that.
Thank you. Arjun?
Yeah, I think Mike kind of teed me up for what I'm most excited about. And that's perpetual futures on an on-chain order book. We're working really closely with partners like Pith. We're working really closely with partners like Ref. Ref have both a spot and perpetual futures order book built on top of Orderly. And what I'm excited about is teams coming together to really bring a true onboarding experience to the user. Whether it's us Orderly focusing on centralized exchange style infrastructure and experience, centralized exchange style liquidity, Oracle latency at Pith, UI and UX like Ref Finance, all coming together to really bring that true user experience to the user. Mike referenced like chain abstraction, wallet abstraction. We have fast auth on Near now. We have BOS. There's such a large multitude that can, it's a build it and they will come style mentality. And I'm really excited about the future of DeFi because we really are going to onboard a large piece. And I think we're such at the tip of the iceberg. Like you said, what, we're 2% of perp volumes, on-chain perp volume on Binance. I'm excited over the next 12, 18, 24 months when that can be 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, that was my follow-up question, primarily on the timeline here. I think we've seen so much progress in the last couple of years in DeFi. And now what you guys all have addressed is pushing DeFi into the next tier of trying to take over market share from centralized exchanges, right? Bridging and bringing derivatives on-chain and perpetuals on-chain. How should we think about mainstream adoption, taking it beyond just within crypto? What are you guys thinking about there, if anything at all? Or is it right now just primarily focused on really taking on the competition? Maybe Arjun, you could take that first.
So I think we are really at the very, very start of what I believe DeFi is, and a lot of us are always focused on bear markets, bull markets, different cycles over the next 12, 18 months. We're at the very, very start of multi-decade-long financial change, in my opinion. So when we're talking about what are we doing to bring users, a large part of that, especially in emerging technologies, is letting time take its time.
Yep.
Right? Technology is advancing, more builders coming in, more people learning, more people failing, most importantly, to build the right type of products and protocols for users. And I think over time that's going to evolve and change. And I think that's all that we really need is continued focus in what we're doing, continued focus in building, continued focus in learning and adopting and adapting to what the customers needs, and that will happen over time.
Yeah, Mike, any thoughts there?
Yeah, very similar. I think that mainstream adoption will most likely come in the crypto markets in something like trading because that is the primary kind of use case today that we see, and it's off-chain. And so it's kind of like if users can't eat their own dog food on DeFi natively, then there's no real hope for the rest of it. There's obviously a whole burgeoning NFT market that could potentially do things differently. Because I come from a finance background, I tend to focus a little bit more on the DeFi. So I agree. I think that those are the Lego bricks that are most likely set up to migrate. And there's a lot there, right? The number of people that have crypto exposure is in like the hundreds of millions, but the number of people that have an active crypto wallet is in the, at best, single-digit millions. Bridging that gap, I think, is going to give us a whole lot of kind of tailwinds.
Yep, for sure. Marco, any thoughts?
Yeah, actually, I think it's a little tricky question. It depends on how we define mainstream adoption. If we mean that most of users to use our DeFi product, then I think maybe the most problem is user onboarding, apparently. But if we mean to have most of capital in our DeFi, then I vote for regulation. Yes, regulation, not security. Because security is like we tell our user, our big clients, that our product is safe, right? You will master your own money. But maybe a couple days later, a couple months later, there is an incident. You make yourself like an idiot, It's awkward. So regulation is totally another story. You tell your client that even if there is an incident happens, you have the ability to reclaim at least part of your assets back. So this risk is those big investors, they can predict, they can evaluate, and they are familiar with. So that's the regulation. But actually, regulation is not my territory. So I will assume that we are talking about the, most of users to use it. So definitely user onboarding issues. Yeah.
Yeah, Sid is just nodding his head nonstop.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts I agree with. I think there are kind of 3 points. Like the first is user experience. As Mike mentioned, there are a ton of people that hold crypto, but very few people who are willing to use it in DeFi. Multiple of my friends own Bitcoin, Ethereum, various other crypto assets, but convincing them to, get MetaMask, type in a new RPC, connect to a new chain, goes like way beyond their heads, even for people who are bought into the idea of cryptocurrencies and blockchains. So really making a huge difference in terms of the user experience, like making it very, very simple for them so that they can understand what's going on, very aware of the risks and like why we believe in crypto and why it's better that these kind of products and experiences are much better relative to our traditional finance counterparts. The second part is, also actually security. I think there probably needs to be better standards around, who is doing audits, what are the expectations around audits, and sometimes there's the technical security. But given that we are building financial applications from the ground up, there are a lot of things that need to be considered in terms of financial exploits that a lot of people in TradFi consider, but maybe not as much within the DeFi world. So expanding the quality of audits, what's expected. When DeFi first came to the scene, it was probably understandable that people were just launching protocols without much thought for it. But 4 years later, it's time that we step back and actually look and understand what's at stake here. And then point 3, totally agreeing with Marco here, is regulation, right? I think until there is regulatory clarity in terms of what is allowed, what isn't allowed, it's going to really be an inhibitor to development and innovation in the space. And I think once regulatory clarity is here, both security and user experience are likely going to take a huge jump from there.
You touched on some really great topics of regulation and security, to name the two. I think to just start off with regulation, I'd love to just pick each of your brains a bit more, because you're also building on a very global scale, right? So Sid, I assume you're in the US. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd love to get your take on where you're seeing in terms of regulations in the US, and to give the context for folks who are here. And Marco and Mike and Arjun, I'd love to hear about where you guys are based and how kind of geographically the regulations there are affecting how you're building, right?
Yeah. So, not to get too much into politics and whatnot, but if you look at like the current
US is all about politics.
Yeah. You can't really step away from that or hide from it. But if you look at like currently who's in charge with Gary Gensler, it seems like they have a very clear agenda that regardless of what the benefits to crypto are, they're going to be pointing a pretty bad picture of what actually is happening. They're going after smaller projects while they've let like SBF and FTX completely grow and blow up in kind of front of their face. So it's pretty clear that they don't have like the economy and innovation as an importance for them. But regardless, there are a lot of individuals within Congress, within the White House, within other regulatory bodies like the CFTC that are putting in a significant amount of time to understand these things. They may be hesitant at first, but that's not stopping them from trying to understand more and pushing back against Gary Gensler and the White House's agenda, and working to kind of establish clear ground rules so that people who are looking to participate in the space don't have to like leave the US, and that innovation is happening within the US, and that we're supporting the people that are helping build the next generation of financial infrastructure.
Yeah, Marco?
Yeah, I'm from Shanghai, China. And as I said, regulation is not my territory, so I'm also not the political man.
Yeah.
But I can share some thoughts about this regulation thing, that I think the first step towards that direction would be on-chain identity.
On-chain identity.
Yeah, like IDOS on NEAR, they do, like SBT, this NEP standards, to identify people, the real people behind the on-chain activity. That would be the first thing to do. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So Douro Labs is based in Portugal, in the Douro Valley in Porto. And I'm an American. It wasn't that we moved wasn't that we moved to Portugal because it wasn't a great environment. I was already living here. But I do think that there are certain headwinds in operating within a project, contributing to a network, and being based in the US. I agree with everything that Sid said. There's hope. There's a lot of cobwebs you have to get through first. So when you're building, you're a founder, you have to evaluate those all very seriously. Running afoul of any regulatory regime is going to be very difficult. The U.S. tends to view the world as its jurisdiction, and so I think making sure that the things that you do are going to be taken within consideration of what they may be worried about. That's how we approach things. And then just making sure that the network that we're contributing to is decentralized and is getting more decentralized. Our primary contributions are towards the Pith network, which is a Swiss-based organization similar to NEAR, the foundation. So there are certain things that are kind of like the tried, true, tested pathways for success. You can see projects that take the more high-risk approaches, and oftentimes those things don't work out well for them. So as long as you're kind of staying within the crowd, I think that's the best that you can do given the lack of clarity from a regulatory standpoint today.
I echo a lot of what you say there. Doing the best that you can do in a very uncertain or misty world is one of the most important pieces. Over at Orderly, we are 40 to 45 plus people across 10 plus countries. So battling different geos, different regulatory licenses and regulation is very tricky for us.
Yep.
The overall goal and vision for us at Orderly is to democratize finance, right? We want a completely permissionless protocol. We want a DAO with a full governance structure.
Yep.
That is the end goal for us, and we understand at the beginning or where we are right now that isn't quite how to do it. We have to operate as an entity, if you will. But the overall goal is to get towards that. So ensuring that we can work with our different partners, such as Ref, such as Pith, or whoever the different brokers that tap into Orderly, and provide them with as much detail and information on regulation is important to us. Which countries they should offer certain protocols to, which countries that they shouldn't, is very, very key, and we want to be able to provide that information. But overall, for us, being a very complete permissionless protocol in the future and democratizing finance is the end goal.
This is super helpful, and I think it's just really helpful to learn about what each of you are based and like how you guys are thinking, because everyone has such different opinions. But overall, it sounds like, unfortunately, US is what we're looking at a lot of. And of course, Asia is just own animal, right? And you have a huge market there to tackle. Arjun, I'd love to start with you, kind of talk about where are you most excited about when it comes to maybe top one or two kind of missing holes that projects are looking to fill in this space right now to really help accelerate, right? Especially in DeFi, especially in the NEAR ecosystem. Where are you looking for when it comes to missing tools and projects that are looking to build and fill those gaps, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. I actually wouldn't say there's anything directly missing, but there are key points that I think that are getting worked on and need to be worked on a lot more to bring DeFi to, let's say, mainstream adoption,
right.
if you will. I think onboarding is one of the most important, if not the most important piece. The user experience has to be so seamless. Chain abstraction, it has to feel like I think we very continually talk, especially in DeFi, about this Web 2 versus Web 3 battle.
Right.
And I just don't think it's a battle at all. I think there's a convergence of both of them. It doesn't have to be Web 2 versus Web 3. It can be Web 3 that feels like Web 2. Right? I think the onboarding experience has to feel like you can sign in with an email. Like I mentioned earlier, Fast Auth that NEAR has is a great tool. Different wallets that are now looking at account abstraction is like the next step towards that. And again, even like NEAR's BOS is a great place in terms of an operating system that looks and feels like an app store, and that will drive DeFi adoption without the feeling of what chain you're on, which bridge you're using, are you using wrapped assets, all of those pieces. So I don't think it directly answers your question in terms of what's missing, but these pieces in terms of the overall onboarding complex of what needs to be continued to work on, I think are critical.
Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with everything Arjun said in the fact that those are the things that are the most exciting, and they're going to have the highest impact in the short term. And so there's really no getting around that being the primary focus of what we should work on kind of in the short term. In terms of things that are like missing just generally from like the suite of DeFi, one thing that hasn't yet been cracked has been identity. In particular, the ability for identity to allow for non-fully collateralized loans. Because I think that's like something that even when we have DeFi as like full trading and full lending, but it's fully collateralized, we're still going to be missing a big component of it. So until we can get to that, partially collateralized set of DeFi primitives, we're going to still be a little bit behind. And the way that you do that is through identity when you have some recourse on like a social security number or something like that, and you can have some form of credit, because right now you can just throw away your wallet and create a new one. It's impossible to sort of track you. So that's something that I think will get done. I don't think it's around the corner, though. I don't think it's going to be happening in necessarily the next 6 months. But it is something that I'd like to see a lot of people working on. And there are approaches. Obviously, WorldCoin's got their approach.
I was just thinking about them. Yeah.
Yeah. But then there's a variety of others who are doing this through kind of more traditional means, using kind of government-issued IDs and kind of creating a tethered identity to that. So I think that's a very exciting area for all blockchains to work on.
For sure. Marco?
Yeah, I wouldn't say missing parts, but I would say there's actually some weakness part in the DeFi. So, I agree with Arjun. User onboarding, definitely is a weakness for DeFi, and but for this field, user onboarding on NEAR, actually we have some tools to mitigate this issue, like Arjun mentioned fast auth, right? So basically we have 2 ways to do that. One is to have our users try our products first, and then handle those wallet issues later if they are willing to stay, right? So another way is to have our users to access our product with tools they are familiar with. Yeah, that means for EVM users, right? They can access our products using MetaMask. That would be good.
Right.
Yeah.
They took all my answers, but kind of jumping on what like Mike said, I definitely think when it comes to capital efficiency, that's going to be a huge unlock for DeFi. And one piece of the puzzle definitely is identity and being able to have recourse beyond an anonymous address on chain. And I think another part of it is the type of assets. Right now, all the assets that are integrated in DeFi are very volatile and illiquid. So by nature, you have to have over-collateralization and very strong kind of risk standards across all these applications. But when you bring in traditional assets, whether it be equities, treasuries, or anything that exists in the traditional finance world, they're likely to be more stable and also significantly more liquid. So figuring out a way to bring those assets on chain in a regulatory compliant way, making sure the infrastructure and plumbing for that exists, would also enable us to do under collateralized lending in a way that doesn't exist in DeFi today. And I think that would be a huge unlock, that the infrastructure exists, whether it be lending and AMMs or derivatives protocols. But right now, they completely operate within the scope of crypto assets, which is amazing. But if we really want to get it to the next stage, it needs to kind of figure out a way to integrate traditional finance assets within that as well.
That makes a lot of sense. We unfortunately only have one more question of time. So I'd love to just ask each of you to get some advice for founders who are building in the NEAR ecosystem and DeFi in general. Right, I think DeFi, you guys have all started out in DeFi for quite some time now, and the DeFi landscape has obviously evolved a lot. But what kind of advice, maybe top 2 advice that you would give to the founders who are building today in the DeFi ecosystem, navigating, right? Just when they're coming from a finance background like Mike, or someone who's an engineer. Maybe, Sid, if you don't mind sharing some advice for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think One, as an entrepreneur, you probably want to be aware of market conditions, but at the same time, you don't want to be like too drawn into it. Even though we are in a bear market and everyone talks about prices being down, if you look at the energy of the space and the fact that all of us are here, there are tons of people that are continuously building and to really rally around that energy and continue to try to build. Don't be afraid of the fact that it's challenging and that there are a lot of unknowns in this space that but we're really pushing the frontier here with DeFi projects, everything beyond crypto as well. So can really take that energy and continue to push, and we'll get there sooner than later.
Yeah, for sure. Marco?
Yeah, I would say when you start to building something, don't pivot away easily, unless you think it through that there's something in your core design, core logic, something wrong. Yeah. Try to keep up with the market change.
Yep.
By upgrading your product or iterating. Because in that way, you will accumulating ecosystem confidence on your product, on your team, and even on yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, advice for founders, I would say stubborn optimism is probably paramount. And then incremental growth. Having too large of an expectation will cause gaps, and that'll kind of reflectively hurt your optimism. Being able to talk to people about your idea, talk to potential projects that could integrate, that you can work with, is so valuable, and it just creates this network effect. And given how, what stage we're at in kind of crypto growth, everyone's working to try and make each other better. It's not yet the zero-sum world of Web 2. There's no giant behemoth gorillas. They're all sort of being kind of nurtured right now. And so everyone's very willing to help one another. So, finding a project to start with, iterating, staying open-minded, and just being optimistic.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with some of those, Mike. Like, being curious, I would say, is probably one of the most important pieces.
Yep.
Sometimes we can be far, far, far too dialed into what we're doing, that we don't see what's going on around us. Collaborating with each other, especially quote-unquote competitors, let's say. We are at the very, very early stages, like I said, of this multi-decade-long financial shift. The chance that you're right with your idea is slim to none. You need to be talking to as many people as possible, as many like-minded people, as many differently minded people, understanding how your idea can evolve as the technology evolves and as the market evolves. Your product will be completely different over a 2, 3, 4, 5-year period, and product market fit is going to take a lot of time as well. So being as curious as you can and talking to as many people as possible is probably my biggest advice there.
That's super helpful. And lastly, how do the audience here connect with you guys? What's the best way to learn more about your project or reach out to you if they have questions? Arjun, maybe you could start.
Check out our website, it's orderly.network. Check out our documentation, docs.orderly.network. And our Twitter is Twitter/orderly network. So lots of updates, lots of exciting things, and lots of partnership and collaborations coming up.
Awesome.
Pith.network for the website for Pith, and then on all the socials.
Yeah. By the end of this year, Ref will have the margin trading on the spot market.
Yep.
And we'll have a merge with DEX and a lending protocol to allow our LP liquidity provider to have their LP tokens take as a collateral to borrow assets out. And maybe next year we will release a stablecoin on NEAR.
Oh, okay, very exciting. Sid?
Yeah, check us out at electriccapital.com. The team is working really hard to get the next developer report out. We put together a pretty comprehensive report every year on the state of developers across ecosystems, across geographic areas. So we're getting ready to launch the next edition of that. And I'll be at the Proximity Terrace if anyone wants to chat.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for being here and giving us advice. Let's give it a round of applause for our speakers again. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right.
Oh, wow, it's filling up. There must be someone important coming onto the stage, and I do not think you're here to listen to me, MC. So there are certain guests that it's worthwhile making a bit of an introduction, explaining maybe where they've come from, what they're doing, or what their role in the ecosystem is. And there are some that you just don't really need to bother. And of course, that's the next guest coming on stage. Each time he's been on stage this week, there's been some really interesting announcements, and I'm sure that today will be no exception. So there will be a guest in conjunction with him. So I'd love to welcome to the stage Mr. Illia Polosukhin and his friend and colleague and guest, Mr. Jordi Baylina.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone who came for the third day of NEARCON. I hope you all energized and did not drink too much yesterday. So I want to welcome Jordi here. Jordi is a co-founder of Polygon. He's a true OG of kind of Web3 and Ethereum space. And it's been kind of, on Wednesday we announced partnership with Polygon, working on ZK Wasm together. And Jordi is one of the brains behind kind of the push for zero knowledge at Polygon. And I wanted to sit down here, kind of very grateful for Jordi to come and discuss why zero knowledge technology is so important, how we got here, and what's coming next. But first, want to give word to Jordi to introduce himself and also tell us more how you got into zero knowledge, why it excites you.
Well, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer since I'm 12 years old. That's my heart, where it is. I start working in the crypto space in 2015, so that's a little bit long time ago. And it was very early, maybe after 1-2 years, and understanding that the technology that actually I was trying to use this technology in real applications, and I realized that this technology doesn't scale. I mean, it scales if you centralize, but if you really want to decentralize, it doesn't scale very well. So that was my obsession at that point. I mean, at that point was time of state channels and very complex things that they didn't work. And at the same time, I was very excited about the zero knowledge, especially for the privacy stuff. So I started to study a lot here. I drink a lot from the Zcash people. I think that all the zero knowledge comes from them. We have a lot of them. A lot of thanks to that network by the time. And I built a couple of. I was building Circom, which is a language for creating zero knowledge circuits, and Snark.js, which is a prover that works very good in the browser. Right now is one of the most used tools in the space on that. And from there, we realized that this was very important also for scalability, because zero knowledge is not only about privacy, it's mainly about the scalability. Actually, scalability is the application that makes zero knowledge grow that much. People care less about privacy, unfortunately. And
sadly.
Yeah, sadly, yeah. And from there, we created the first roll-up, the only payments roll-up that was called Hermes. And after we launched Hermes, we were start working in the Holy Grail that was, in this case, was a scaling Ethereum, scaling the EVM. So the idea was to prove an Ethereum transaction, in this case, that executes thing. This was a little bit of Holy Grail 2 years ago, because, even myself, I couldn't believe that this could be possible.
Yeah, it was hard to believe it will work because of complexity. So
yeah, so at that time, we remember we spent a couple of months with Barry Whitehat from the Ethereum Foundation, working together, trying to, it's impossible, but let's try it. Let's try to see what are the points and how we would do each of the pieces. And we're solving all the pieces, and at some point says, looks like more or less all the pieces are there. Some of them very complex way to do it, but it's possible. So from there, we start working hard. It was the work of 2 years. At that point, we joined forces with Polygon. We merged Polygon. Here was very important. We get all the funding and we could grow the team and actually put resources on that. And 2 years later, we were launching in mainnet the Polygon zkVM, and has been a long journey. We learned a lot, but I think this is an important milestone, not only for Polygon or for Ethereum, also for the full blockchain ecosystem, because actually we see that it's perfectly scalable. So scaling blockchains is definitively possible, and this is the way to go. This is the clear way to go.
So maybe like for those who are not like very familiar with how zero knowledge works, as well as how it actually transforms provable computing and applied to blockchain, maybe you can describe kind of like in basic model how that works.
Yeah, zero knowledge is mainly what we call the best way to understand, because there is a privacy part, but the best way to understand is what we call the provable computation. So here is the idea how it works. Imagine that I have a program, any deterministic program. This can be verify a set of transactions, but can be anything. I mean, any training,
machine
AI,
learning model, anything. Yeah.
Anything. Imagine that a program that takes 1 week to compute that. Okay, so have an input, you know that the program will uniquely generate an output because it's a deterministic program, and I give you the result to you. So you know the program, the program, and you have the result. And you want to verify, you have the result, but are you sure that this result is correct? Well, the obvious way is, okay, you can verify that. I mean, you just take the same computer, the Mac supercomputer, you run the program again, stay for a week, and then you see that the result is the same. Okay, the computation is valid. Okay, but there is a better way to do that. And the better way is, okay, I have the program. Of course, I need to spend 1 week running the program. But besides doing the computation, I also generate computation proof, a ZK proof. Okay, so it's a very small cryptographic, like a kind of a signature, okay, as a cryptographic part. And then I give you the result. I give you the signature or this proof, this computational proof. And the cool thing is that you don't need to run the program again. You can verify that the computation is valid in very few milliseconds. And the cool thing is that no matter how long is this program, no matter how big, it can be 1 week of computation, 10 years of computation, can be the computation of a full blockchain. I mean, it can be whatever computation you want, that the verification, it takes very few milliseconds just to verify. And this thing that's quite new, I mean, this succinct part, this zero knowledge, the succinct computation part, this was until 2010 or so, was not even possible. So the research level was at level. But this is what allows blockchains to scale. Because what's the big limitation of the current blockchains, of current layer ones? Is that, I mean, the consensus is expensive. And if you want to reach consensus, that means that all the nodes in the network, they need to, I mean, when somebody proposes a node, all of them, in order to accept this consensus, they need to execute that node. They need to take the transactions and check the signatures, check that they have enough balance. If it's a VM machine, I mean, they need to execute the code or the smart contracts, the transactions. And if you want, and these nodes, if you want a really decentralized networks, these nodes cannot be huge nodes. I mean, well, you can put big nodes and you scale
to 5 machines.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to, but this is against decentralization. I mean, if you want to have relatively small nodes and you want to scale, this is limited. So the number of transactions that each node can execute is limited. So the cool thing here is that the zero knowledge allows you to, okay, maybe somebody gets transactions, somebody creates this zero knowledge, and then in the consensus layer, they don't need the nodes, they don't need to re-execute all these transactions. They just need to verify this proof and agree that this proof is valid. And this proof is, I tell you, it's very few milliseconds. Actually, you can do it in a smart contract in Ethereum, in NEAR. I think you also implement the pairings thing. So it's and so this is you can do that, and this is what really allows us to scale blockchains. Actually, there are two pieces. One is this execution, this technology, this ZK technology, And the other, of course, is the data availability. Data availability, okay, this is cool, but you need to put the data needs to be in the on-chain.
Well, to verify the proof, you need to see the data, whether the transactions went in, and you need everybody else to be able to actually reconstruct the state.
Exactly, so data needs to be available, because I could, I mean, the idea is, okay, I could reach a consensus for some valid state, but if you don't know how this state was built, nobody will be able to build the next state, because, okay, it's a hash root, okay, but you need
the information,
you need the information there. So an information requirements is that needs to be available, so that anybody should be able to have access to this information. This is the data availability. And I mean, this looks like a simple program, simple problem, but actually it's one of the hardest problems to solve. And by the way, I mean, NEAR is leading the space in this data availability. NEAR is one of the networks with best
sharded data
on the sharding with data availability. I mean, this is good in that side. So yeah, so this is the
this is complementary to the kind
absolutely
of technologies. And I think kind of maybe to expand a little bit on this, the idea that any kind of computation anywhere can be proven with a succinct proof, right, and verified by anybody else within milliseconds. It also means that some of the things that right now, like you can only do as consensus, you can now kind of do in like, you know, on the personal server, on some set of servers, and then just provide a proof. And so this kind of also unlocks a lot more provable compute, which is bringing us to the kind of broader vision, right, where people, you know, are in control. And you know, like right now, if you're using any service, right, they can change their database. Like there's engineer who can like literally go and run an update query on your data, and you will not be able to like even detect that, right? But here you have this probability, and that's kind of fundamentally changing both the blockchain space, but also broader space. And so, kind of bringing this to WebAssembly. So for us, when we started, we actually banned the zero knowledge words in our office back when we had an office when we started. And this was from a reason that in 2019, it didn't really work. It didn't scale. It was really slow. It worked like on smaller things. Like back then, like it was hard to imagine EVM would be provable. And it would be too easy when we were designing NEAR to say, well, actually, this can be done with zero knowledge proof, but we cannot implement it. And so, like, yes, there is a design with zero knowledge proofs, but we cannot implement it. And so we ended up building the data availability, but also sharded execution and kind of the ecosystem around that. And people who've been at the talk yesterday for Bowen seen kind of the evolution of that. But with zero knowledge now working, right, and especially kind of starting to scale to this more generic computation, being able to prove this zero knowledge kind of for WebAssembly, and WebAssembly is a generic VM. It's VM that runs on every device. Like every device you have right now, there is a WebAssembly running on multiple different applications. It runs on edge, on IoT devices. It's a generic technology that has kind of very wide adoption. Being able to prove that will unlock kind of provable compute on the edge. It will provide provable compute on your laptop, and it can provide provable compute for blockchains, and in turn also allow to continue scaling the blockchains and continue scaling the kind of what we can do with this technology.
Yeah, there is to mention maybe two important applications in the blockchain, because one thing is, of course, scaling blockchains themselves. I mean, building, call it a layer 2, but I mean, at the end is this set of data availability and the computational proof to scale. But this technology also plays an important role in trustless bridging. I mean, when you want to prove a chain in another chain, I mean, if the other chain are able to verify, you can prove the full chain, that the full state is in the other chain. So this is important for this trustless bridging. I like more the word, it's a little bit old, but this double pegging, just to distinguish the bridge of multi-sigs. I mean, this workaround. I mean, it's real bridging of blockchains. This is what allows you. This is trustless. I mean, you don't need to trust anybody. It's just the math, and then you can I mean, you can prove one chain to another chain and one chain to another chain. So this allows us to connect different chain. So I mean, connecting, for example, Near with Ethereum is perfectly possible with this technology.
And I think, I mean, that's an important note because indeed, right now, the bridges are either a multisig of some parties, or what we've had at Near and some other blockchains have is a light client verification, right? Where you just verify the block headers, but you don't verify that compute was correct. And so there is, an economic attack that's possible where if the value of the bridge is higher than, let's say, 30% or kind of, you can start actually doing some interesting things. Now, with zero knowledge, if you have a full client proof, right, the proof of all the computation, there's no way to actually violate the rules of the blockchain with whatever amount of stake. Like even if they have 100% of stake, they cannot actually violate it, right? And you need to change the circuit on the other side first to do that. And so that is kind of the benefit, but it also means that now the security of all the blockchains is getting kind of aligned. I call it kind of chain abstraction because you now have, the security of all the blockchains is getting more and more unified. And there's a lot of details how this is done, but now it's less about that and more about the applications and kind of things on top that people benefiting from.
Yeah, I mean, I think that having the WASM, ZK WASM, I mean, this should allow to prove the full Near chain wherever. So this has a bunch of applications. Yeah. Another application that I think is important to mention is for light clients. Light clients, I mean, right now, if you have a mobile phone and you want to verify the chain, you either trust some server somewhere, or you can have you have the last block, and then you have a proof that the last block is the one that's correct. And this is, and you can't verify that block in a few milliseconds. Right now, a light client, they need to synchronize the full chain, or at least from a certain point. So this ZK WASM is also important. I mean, also for verifying the full chain in a mobile phone. So that's why I'm so excited on this for this technology. I think that this is for Near is a super important step for scaling, and we'll see that this will change the space. I mean, this technology will change the space of how the layer ones are. I mean, we were maybe in a place where there were like a lot of layer ones. Any application, any DApp or any application was thinking in creating their own layer one, and well, the difficulty that means creating layer ones. So I believe that's going to be a world where with much less layer ones and much more layer twos with these execution environments. And of course, WASM is an important piece for these layer twos.
Yeah, I think in general, it's the boundary between what is layer one and layer two is also kind of becoming less clear, right? Because
consensus. I mean, when I talk, at least in my mindset, when I hear layer one, I'm always thinking in the consensus layer. Probably, I think it's a better definition than layer one, because layer one is more.
So there will be like
layer zero and
layer zero. Yeah. So I think I agree that there will be more even if there is more consensus layers, because you can prove each one. So like Ethereum as well, right? Polygon is working on type 1 prover, which allows to compress the whole Ethereum chain as well. So you will be able to do the same thing with Ethereum. And so you can put that Ethereum proof on Near. You can prove that Ethereum proof on Polygon POS, on Tender, on Cosmos.
On different chains. I mean, in private chains. I mean, you can prove the full chain in another
exactly,
place.
And so similarly, you can run a private chain, or in our case, private shard, and prove that, and then you don't need to reveal the data and transactions that happening there because, for example, it's a private shard, for private transactions, but you can still verify to everyone that it's correctly executed, and it can hold balances, for example, on public chain for the users on private. So there's new use cases that are kind of because of this unification of security that are opening up, as well as just generally kind of expanding what's possible with this, right? You can have, a single server and have less censorship resistance. You can have, a separate consensus network and have censorship resistance. You can leverage other networks to kind of have forced transaction inclusion. So you can have all those different options. And indeed, this technology really opens this up, and we're just seeing kind of the beginning of this.
Exactly.
So, and kind of within this topic, I think it might be interesting to talk about the value network and the kind of the aggregate liquidity and aggregate, user base, right? Because I mentioned this that, we're really trying a lot of work in the ecosystem went into kind of making the experience easier, right? Making the interactions with blockchains more straightforward, easy for consumer. And at the same time, because of this kind of zero knowledge, full client proofs, aligning unification of security, what it means is now the value can smoothly move around, right? And so you guys kind of introduce this value layer nomenclature.
Exactly. The zero. The cool thing of these proofs is that once generated, you don't need to wait. It's already proven. Okay? This is compared, for example, with optimistic ways that you need to wait for this challenging period and so on. So, if we are able to create this proof fast enough, that means that the communication between the chains become fast. And if you have, and this is the idea of the Polygon 2.0. The idea of Polygon 2.0, the idea is to have a different set of networks with different, maybe with different token, with different governance. Some of them more centralized sequencer, other more decentralized sequencer, but they share single security rules. You do whatever you want, but the rules that manage the main bridge, or if you want the liquidity pool, you cannot do what you want. Okay, so you need to follow
you cannot print tokens.
Exactly. So that's and here the rules are set in this ZK. And if you if you agree on these rules, on this ZK, then the idea is that the value transfers between the different chains can happen really, really fast. And this is the idea of the system. So that having different networks, but single liquidity, but then you can transfer the ownership through this zero knowledge, and this allows us to scale in a parallel way. Here we are talking always the scalability goes in two directions. One thing is, scaling a single chain. This is zero knowledge is important, but then if you are able to connect the chains with fast transactions with this proof, then you have it's not having a processor that's fast, it's having many processors. So you have many processors, and those processors are fast. Here, it's a new space. Here we open to a new era in the blockchain space.
Yeah, so Near actually was designed exactly like this, right? Just without zero knowledge. Lots of parallel processors, trying to interconnect them as fast as possible so you can actually move value between them, and then unifying the experience so users don't need to care about that. And so I think now with zero knowledge, working with Polygon, there's kind of an opportunity to broaden what that means, right? Not just for Near ecosystem, but also Polygon, Ethereum, and kind of even broader than that. And I think for, you always kind of, you obviously personally been in the Ethereum ecosystem very deeply. Polygon is obviously very close in this. I think I'm curious how you think about this kind of Ethereum alignment and kind of generally how do you think this evolving from the more lens of everybody working together?
Well, this is I think that this technology allows you to connect these networks. So I'm feeling that the isolation, maybe probably, but now there is a lot of layer ones, and they are quite isolated one each other. And they have their own system, their own community is difficult to transfer. But these systems allows these connections, allow this. So here is, and at the end, I mean, we're sharing the same values, more or less.
Exactly.
I mean, all of us, we come from Bitcoin. I mean, so it's the idea of decentralization at some point. So I think that this technology is an opportunity to
work together.
Work
to
together
connect
again. I
things,
mean, to work on that. Of course, each one comes from each network, his background, but joining and having like a single, internet, or having a single chain. If you want a set of chains that are constellation of chains that connects one each other, I think that this dream it's possible. Thank you to this technology. We are very early in the stage. I mean, this technology is quite new. I mean, but I think this is clearly the way to go.
Yeah, it's like connecting. You know, we have right now South America internet, North America internet, European internet, and we're actually starting to connect them, and you've been able to
creating these highways. I mean, at the moment we have highways, so we have airlines that fly from one place to the other. So this, of course, will transform the world, or transform the world of blockchains. In this case.
So, what are you most excited in the next year in kind of the space?
Well, I think that seeing these networks
working together,
connecting, seeing how it's scaling. For me, I mean, I'm in the space for the people to use it. As an engineer, for me, it makes no sense to build things that are useless. So, my dream is to start seeing applications, start seeing many applications. I think that the possibilities are huge, and we have not started. I mean, the technology is not ready yet, at least for most of the applications that needs to come. So I hope that in the coming months and years, we'll start seeing this expansion and this. I mean, especially in the number of users and the users that take profit of this technology. That's what I'm more excited about.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's, you know, our focus have been on like how do we bring more consumer applications which can benefit from this technology, which can leverage it, and at the same time, you know, continue investing and innovating on the underlying layers such that there's more and more scale, but also, you know, versatility of the infrastructure and functionality. And so I think this partnership allows us to do a lot of cool things. It kind of allows to scale near blockchain itself. It allows to connect to other blockchains. It allows to also push things in more wider range of provable compute across kind of the whole, not just Web3, but broader technology space. And at the same time, it allows to kind of start to work together in a more, I would say, kind of friendly way, in such sense that we're actually not, you know, trying to build our own kind of small tribes, which always felt weird to me when we say, like, I mean, especially we frame everything as open web, and it's really weird when people are trying to close and like, okay, this is our ecosystem, right? It's like, well, it's kind of, we have a lot of indeed like shared value. We have a lot of things that we're working together on. We've been working with a lot of other blockchains from kind of early on, at least talking and making sure that the ideas are shared, the kind of the technology is, you know, moving along for everyone, and we are able to actually innovate here. And so, yeah, I'm really excited. I really appreciate you coming here, and I hope this was very informative and exciting. And we'll see a lot more of kind of innovation coming from this technology stack. Thank you.
Check, check. Thank you so much to Illia and Jordi for a great talk there. Well, the good news is, two bits of good news really. Firstly, it's lunchtime. Secondly, for any of you that still have a wallet with some NCon, there are some insane deals being dropped over at the swag store. There's not much left now. It's your last chance to get that final souvenir or memento. I think 5 NCon is the value of the t-shirts now, so you can really go and stock up. Fill your boots, as we would say in English. Please come back here at 1 p.m. We have some very, very high-level speakers. I can't say more, but a fantastic moderator will be wheeling onto the stage. So please come back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
All I want
Please welcome back Near Foundation's Martin Best.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I would say we probably have our most rock and roll moderator coming on next. There's always a challenge if you're on day 3. How do you stand out? How do you be distinctive? Well, this woman, I think, has achieved that. She's the only person who's coming onto stage with her own vehicle. She decided that she had to bring her own wheels, and so she's going to be wheeling herself out to moderate a really interesting panel today about 2024 and what decentralized democracy will look like. So please welcome Ms. Yadira Blocker.
Hey everyone, you ready to talk about decentralized democratization? Awesome. Well, I am Yadira Blocker. I am head of events at Near Foundation. We have AVB and we have Blaze. So, woo! Oh, Martin.
Developers.
Actually, while I'm running and grabbing something, do you guys want to introduce yourself?
Yes.
Sure, yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Blaze, been with the ecosystem since before mainnet, a validator. Helped organize the validators of mainnet with the Open Shard Alliance, co-founder of Cheddar, and also champion of the NDC, so governance for the Near ecosystem.
Thank you, Blaze. My name is AVB. I've been in the Near ecosystem since 2021. I've seen a long evolution of governance from the first guilds to the marketing DAO and everything in between. Recently got elected into the Transparency Commission for the NDC. And yeah, that's got a podcast.
Awesome. All right, so what does 2024 look like for decentralized democracy? Let's start with first defining what democracy is and why it matters.
Yeah, so democracy generally is really about representation of a collective of people, and so the NDC Near Digital Collective is about the representation of the Near ecosystem. We have a lot of different audiences that are part of that, so we've got stakeholders that are the backers of our ecosystem, validators, developers, our users, content creators. So there's a lot of different factions within the ecosystem, and really governance is designed to be representative of those to ensure that the ecosystem grows and is sustained over time.
I think that at the core you have participation and decision making. Then you can start adding as many qualifiers. It could be direct democracy, delegated democracy, pretend democracy, but as a whole, you'd be looking at how people engage with each other to make decisions that concern them.
Amazing. So both you, Blaze and ABB, you've been with the Near ecosystem for as long as I can remember. I joined back in January 2021, and I just remember seeing you both contributing, being a part of it. The NDC has existed for just over a year now. It was one of NEARCON's biggest announcements last year. CoinDesk covered it. It really seemed like things were moving towards the right direction for what decentralization looks like for Near protocol. Now, looking at the last year, there's been a lot of activity when we're talking the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. Now, what the NDC is trying to accomplish is super hard. So tell me, what are some of the biggest accomplishments in your viewpoints?
Yeah, so I think the big accomplishments that we did really over this last year was, number one, establish a governance framework. So we looked at a lot of governance across many ecosystems, and then from there decided what really would be representative of the Near ecosystem. So we created 3 governing bodies, which now happy to announce that we have the first elected Congress members to that governance framework. So 29 elected members elected by the community now operating within that governance framework. So that was a big one. The second thing we did was it's very difficult. Governance in general is difficult. We know that in real world governance, it's not quite, what we want. So trying to design systems that are new and improve upon what we have is interesting. But in Web3, that we have a primary challenge, and that is like, who is the community? Who are the members that should have voting power? What we've traditionally seen is stake-weighted voting, where the founders, the backers, the VCs, the whales come in and they have most of the voting power and most voting mechanisms. Well, we decided to turn that upside down because what we looked at was that most of our active contributors in the ecosystem didn't have necessarily a ton of NEAR. So what we did instead was created proof of personhood, where you could really register to become a human of NEAR, and then if you were human, then you could vote. The other thing that we did to make sure that the members that were going to be elected to Congress had some vested interest in the ecosystem is we created an OG SBT. So we created a soul-bound token standard for the ecosystem. So soul-bound tokens are something that tie to a soul, and we knew that was really important. So proof of personhood with SBTs allowed you to become an OG, allowed you to declare your nomination, and then to be elected by the community. The third thing that we did was then we took this proof of personhood and we had a one person, one vote election process. So that's what elected the current Congress, and we had about 892 or so folks show up to vote. So that was quite interesting. So it is definitely a social experiment that we really haven't seen in Web3 yet. So we've got a new experiment underway here.
So actually, let's talk a bit about the election. Sorry, Alejandro. But tell me more about the various houses. How often are you planning these elections? This was obviously the first. What's kind of taking off from here, from those learnings?
Yeah, AVB, you're aware. You want to chime in here?
Depending on what you ask, you'll get a different answer. So you got to pick the speaker. Just in the biggest accomplishment, and this ties with your question, I think that getting to the destination, like being alive, would be the biggest accomplishment. It's almost like you're driving a car, you crash, and then you keep going.
Yeah.
There are many lessons along the way, and I think it's important to put in context that as we describe things as they are now, they're probably going to be evolving very soon, and there's been many lessons learned already. Question, the three houses?
Mm-hmm.
So there are three houses. There's a House of Merit, 15 people, Council of Advisors, 7 people, and Transparency Commission, 7 people. The initial idea was that the House of Merit people would be elected due to their experience and the value that they could contribute. They'd be placed in a position to be able to allocate the budget responsibly. There would be oversight from the Council of Advisors, even more senior people, veto power. They can provide advice, as the name implies, but also make sure that the House of Merit is kept in reign. And then the Transparency Commission, it's meant to be an independent body to provide ecosystem-wide oversight. And that's the theory. There's been, everybody wants to jump in.
Yeah, so I mean, I think he hit it, but Council of Advisors is more of your board, so they have that strategic direction, making sure that the budget allocation is really aligned with where we're going as an ecosystem, making sure that those funds are deployed correctly, also helping the House of Merit with vision, policy, and things of that nature as well. And then we say the Transparency Commission, which AVB is a member of, are the watchdogs of the Treasury and of the governance framework, ensuring that if we do have bad actors enter the scene, that we have processes and procedures to remove those folks from governance after there's been an investigation. And then, of course, HOM is about deploying the budget and also setting a lot of the policies on how governance works for the ecosystem.
So I was on maternity leave when the elections were taking place, and
lucky you.
I know, and I was very present with my son, but every now and then I would pop on Twitter and I would take a look at what was going on. And transparency was something that I saw in some threads. You're obviously deeply involved, AVB. Where do you think we need to shine more transparency on?
Decentralized governance, it's almost like like an oxymoron? No. They are fundamentally incompatible. We're creating smart contracts so that we remove human trust. We're removing middlemen. We don't have to rely on some mediocre person to perform something. Like, we're putting the trust in the system. The challenge is, how do we govern this immutable, efficient code that is better than, what came before it, if we also put humans in the middle? So decentralized governance need to be seen in that, spectrum or trying to progress. We spent a lot of time, I say we loosely, Blaze with GWG and me with Transparency Commission now. We're spending a lot of time putting in place frameworks that if the person in charge of acting on it do their job, they're great. If they choose to disappear for 3 months, nothing happens. So the challenges that we have now are trying to reconcile the autonomous part in a DAO with the responsibility of stepping up to public office, with the reality that everyone may not be as skilled or as experienced or just as committed to getting the job done. So yeah, I think that as we move forward from that base and acknowledging that the written word is correct, we need to move into that human side of things, or skip that altogether and just go to the AI end.
Well, so speaking of AI, yesterday Illia talked a lot about AI governance. What are some of the behind-the-scenes ideas, game plans, tell me, that you're aware of, what's coming to the table? What do we expect more from AI governance in 2024?
There's going to be a pitch at 2:30. One thing that is really unique about the NEAR ecosystem is the remarkable speed that we go from idea, vision, and execution. Often we execute first and then we find out later. So people are going to be very surprised very soon that this seemingly new vision that Illia has presented yesterday around AI governance is actually already fairly advanced, and there are experiments that will be revealed to you in about an hour. And I think that the right way to see it is, we'll be a long way till we get to AI president. At the moment, it's really more of like a unified layer of compliance and due diligence. Instead of putting a proposal here and getting an outcome there and a black box in the middle where the reality is people don't read the proposals, they do not do due diligence, etc., you're going to have much faster turnaround times. You're going to have a system that is able to process unlimited information as much as you throw it. They can go through GitHub repos better than most technical grant proposers. So there's going to be a layer of efficiency to enable us to better guide the ecosystem. And yeah, I think that would be at the grant allocation level. That would basically acknowledge that the roadblock that we have now is we're desperate for funding and the community is kind of suffering, but we're also not trusting each other, so we've hit the handbrake. And yeah, AI are friends, not foes, and I would welcome that era.
Yeah, and I can certainly see how AI is going to play a role in, taking the emotion out of the equation. So one of the things that we know is that in governance, even with these 29 elected individuals, we have many different cultures, many different languages, different understanding of what folks think governance is, right? So AI is going to allow us to use that as a tool to take the emotion out of the decision-making longer term and to make decisions that are based on actually factual data. So part of the challenge that we've experienced with electing all these OGs is that we have a lot of folks that are active contributors to the NEAR ecosystem, and they may not always have the time available to contribute fully, or maybe they're not engaged or not quite understanding governance in general. So I think AI will help us bridge that gap as well to bring more cohesive understanding to the collective of what governance is, how we're progressing, where we're going, and use that as a real tool and asset.
Hey, VB, you mentioned earlier while we were chatting that democracy is often tied to the tools and technology we have. Now, if we look at next year and even the years beyond that, what are some governance experiments besides AI, besides what we're playing with today, that you think need to emerge? What will emerge? What are you dreaming of for the future with governance?
Excellent question. So the framework for governance is, as you mentioned, limited to technology. So we think of elections every 5 years. We could have them more often. We could have them on specific issues, like we just had a referendum in Australia. It's just that it is so expensive and it is so much work that due to the constraints, the operational constraints, we just don't do it very often. There should be a correlation between a system that is efficient, cheap, and even more trustworthy to enable you to do more decisions. And this is where the scope of governance is going to start to evolve, because even if we look at something like inflation data, it's been spoken about recently in popular podcasts that the tools that we have for gathering the data are inefficient, and the information is often lagging up to 6 months. They're very blunt tools for making very big decisions. So the vision for the open web basically acknowledges that if we have the right data, we can make really much better decisions. And we're going to enter a world where we're going to start seeing data commons and public goods. And this is where the governance comes in. How do we manage these new structures that are in many ways autonomous? Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. I think mentioned.
I see Olga frowning. So if we look at the power of LLMs to date, they're amazing, but they've been trained on mostly private data. So as we realize how valuable that information is, then the question is, who is going to own all the data from now into the future that will power systems that are going to create 100 times more value? Like everything is going to be interconnected. AIs are going to be engaging with each other through AI. If we have machines engaging with each other through AI and creating a lot of value, who owns that network? Who owns that data? It's basically governance all the way up the stack. And yeah, you should do it on the Near protocol.
Blaze, do you have any comments to add to that?
Yeah, so what's the future look like for governance? We know that AI plays a big role in it, but I think we're going to continue to experiment with decentralization as part of the process as well. So it's really about how you take a network and distribute the power to the greatest ends, right? Because the power of a network is in its band. So we really need to continue to distribute power, give more autonomy where autonomy is deserved, right? Make sure that autonomy is something that we can have within decentralization. We know that folks are very tribal in nature, so figuring out how governance supports that, right, and supports collectives, not just one collective, but many collectives, to self-organize, to build their own autonomy, and then request funding so that the ecosystem continues to grow. So I think we'll see much more experiments in governance where we've seen more centralized governance. We'll see if we can find a way through AI really to begin to really understand and see true decentralized governance at work,
Yeah, and Near is an ecosystem that really believes in an open web. Obviously, NEARCON's theme this year is step into the open web. So I might be biased. I think we're doing it the best. I think we're actually getting to true decentralization of the protocol. But if we look at other ecosystems, who else is doing it? Who's doing it well? What are they doing?
Yeah, one of the models that a lot of folks are looking at, that has been quite successful is Gitcoin and the model that they've done in terms of distributing grants. And we looked at that one quite a bit and tried to look at what the shortfalls were there and then expand upon those as well. And we actually have some of those folks that were consultants for us as well that came in and helped look at our governance models to do it. But I think it's about, we know that there is going to need to be humanity at the heart of governance. We need to know that we're actually giving either autonomous agents or humans funding. So I think that, this proof of humanity with reputation, I think we're going to see a lot more of that, and ecosystems that are focusing on, their humans and building reputation for them will be a critical part to governance and growth.
Yeah, when I think of Gitcoin and I think of Kevin Owocki, I often think of public goods and just really having access. And that's something I think they do such a good job at pushing and promoting. which I see as a big driver for decentralization. AVB.
Well, the reassuring thing is that it's a disaster everywhere. It's a classic tragic moment when you're so good at your job, you get promoted to become a manager, and then you stop doing what you're good at. So governance, it's split either in engineers who are not really the best at governance, or people that see the money that the engineers are creating, the value, and are trying to prioritize for short-term profit. It's very hard to get human alignment. Every time that you try to get aligned, then they say it's not decentralized anymore. So it's almost like your values are being used against you to extract as much value as possible. We need to find a way to, bring the AI.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 1 year is really just a short amount of time. I look at, the entire world right now has systemic issues. And when you're taking democracy and you're trying to transform it and redefine it, you're really going uphill against hundreds of years of these systemic issues that have been in place that don't work for society right now. How long do you think it's going to take until we really feel improvement? And what we're doing even transfers to the rest of the world, whether it's like an election fraud, preventing that, giving more public goods access to the people.
It's probably 2 tiers there. The first thing is that in the real world, it's very hard, because if you don't like the government and there can only be one, you have to leave. In the Web3 world, it's fascinating because if you don't like the NDC and you don't like Illia, you can just fork it. And there's some factions out there thinking of just splitting ways if things get back. So the fact that we can create new competing groups and always strive for excellence and have many experiments and just battle it out until something works should give everyone hope, if the ultimate goal is to have the open web stack. Those are the protocol layer.
Which one?
I forgot the second part.
Oh,
but never number things.
So really, my point was, the systems we have today have been in place for hundreds of years, in my opinion. I don't think there's been much change. Someone can definitely debate that point with me. But with what we're trying to do with the NDC, I mean, how soon do you think we'll start to really see impact, not just like within the NEAR ecosystem, but even start to translate into other parts of the world or other ecosystems?
Yeah, I think that, the data is what AVB was trying to allude to, is that we need systems to support the path to decentralization. We need systems that can really look at the data, look at what the impact was. That's where AI really enters the scene. So we know that, it's going to take probably at least, 3 to 5 years on any strategy to see something really fully developed. The thing that we've always said about NDC is that it's evolving governance. And really what that means is that we want to evolve the governance as we learn more, as we experiment more, as a community gives more feedback, as we have more tooling like AI coming in to give additional feedback as well. We want to make sure that governance really evolves to do 2 things, sustain the NEAR ecosystem and grow the NEAR ecosystem. And that means really, supporting all of the representatives or all of the collectives within it. So it's going to be a narrative that just grows over time. What we can see happening, though, is that we will have, like AVB said, we'll probably have forks of NDC, right? Is NDC going to be the only, governance system? Is it going to be the only treasury? That remains to be seen. Some folks have more of a vision of a centralized model of governance. Some want to test decentralization. So I think we'll see the nodes in the NEAR ecosystem continue to expand as we go cross-chain. There will be several governance models, several governance frameworks. Many of those will be iterations of NDC. Maybe they'll say, oh, NDC v1, we want to take that, and we want that to be our governance system. And then we'll have this continual evolution of governance. And some may decide to stay on the old version, some may decide to go to the new version. But that really is the power of building the network and allowing nodes to have their own autonomy.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any comments to add, AVB?
Yeah, I think that we need to be careful not to do governance for governance sake. If we're going to have a positive impact in the world, it's going to be the NEAR tech stack. So we need to see the governance as like the minimum thing that we can do to have the highest impact. Community treasury should be seen as a pile of gold. It's a privilege to access it. We invite the best and brightest. Pitch us your idea, and if it's good, we give you money. If not, that's the end of the story. And it should be all those, top-tier contributors that we aggregate that start delivering. It's very hard to assess how much progress we've had in the NEAR ecosystem in general and in governance because there's been many primitives falling in place. And I think that if you were to aggregate the presentations from NEARCON, most people would probably come to the conclusion that they can build something now that they could not have possibly built 1 year ago. So it's almost like we have to reset the timer and say, okay, with this onboarding, with data availability, with multi-chain abstraction, like we have to start from we need to reset our expectations, including what we fund and how we fund it. I'm personally of the view that nothing should get funded unless that tech stack gets implemented, unless you're maximizing the advantage that NEAR provides to you. We're wasting money.
Yeah. No, a bit of maybe a lighter question, but also a big passion area for myself. I really look at diversity. I look at culture, and I look at diversity of all layers: diversity of thought, diversity of background, geography. I'm a full believer that the more diversity you have in whatever you're doing, the more informed and more intentional and just more refined your project or outcome will even become. What are you going to do in 2024 to kind of help bring in more diversity within the NDC?
Yeah, it's interesting. The governing bodies are quite diverse today, but when you look at diversity, you also have to assess, when we're talking about specifically governance, what are the skill sets of these individuals, right? So what we did is we started with just the OG SBT. So if you've been in the NEAR ecosystem, you could run, you could be elected, right? Most folks had a minimum of 100 votes to be able to get elected. But as we've kind of done this experiment, we've also realized that there are many cultural differences within the NDC, and the way that one culture may interact is significantly different than others. So we do have to breed a culture of collaboration and innovation. That's at the heart of it. So I think that focusing on ways to build environments that are collaborative and innovative, where people really are there for one purpose, to work together, one another, and we're starting to see that amongst the houses now, where there was some specific, critiques or things like that. More folks are saying, hey, now it's time to work together. So I think we've got to continue to breed that culture, and culture is part of the Transparency Commission's commission, is to ensure that we have good culture within the ecosystem, within the NDC itself. So I think that'll be a major topic for these next governance sessions.
I think the diversity question is hard because sometimes people focus too much on the individual. The best performing teams and most diverse that I've been in, no one feels like they're filling a diversity quota, and everyone feels like an equal. There's a shared mission, and there's an access to opportunity that people just take it. So I think that we should be thinking about it more like ecosystem-wide. Which regions do we want to have a presence in, and the opportunities clear to them? Can we find leaders in those regions to activate groups? We've noticed the amount of babies, and we've discussed seriously, hey, we should have childcare next year. Our third panelist had to fly early home because of family issues. So I think that we can be very pragmatic, but always acknowledging that, we've got the mission and, need to find the people where they are, but
yeah, I'm a big believer in skill set, right? The more diverse the skill sets you have, the more complementary your teams are, maintaining that agility, especially because we work in such a fast-paced, innovative space, being nimble, being able to fast act, I think it has to be in the NDC too.
Just to follow up on that, and I know that Illia covered it quite a bit in the presentation the other day, but gatekeeping, right? So one of the things that we've really got to look at in NDC is how many rules are we going to establish? For instance, when you said diversity, we certainly need more women in governance, right? And we certainly need all kinds of culture and diversity. But the moment you begin to start to make these rules around these things, enforce those agendas, then we start gatekeeping the process. So I think it's really going to be through community discourse that we find out what is the right balance, you know, on these different topics. And that goes from everything to what skill set should you have to actually be elected, right? Do you need to have certain, do you need to understand finance, budgets, you know, KPIs, OKRs? Do you need that level, or can you just be a community member? So I think through discourse, we'll need to continue to find what the balance is there, but also be real clear about not making too many rules too fast, because that will really create a system of centralization faster than we would anticipate.
Well, and I think those are some of the systems that we're trying to combat as we even get into next year. Now, I can talk about that for hours. While we are at time, I do want to leave it here for any closing comments, anything you want to let the audience know. If we could get the NDC QR code up on the screens, that would be great. So yeah, leave it with you guys. Any last closing comments?
Yeah, we've entered a new era. For a while, there was a lot of grievances and complaints, and we finally have the chance to shape things in the way that you want. If you see something and it's kind of crap, you can just start a competing alternative. Ooh, second time, sorry. And yeah, if you want to get involved, now would be a good time. This is now ours to make it succeed or fail. So if you're interested, just reach out.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing. If you're not happy with NDC, or you feel you have something to contribute, this is your moment. You can join the movement. It's still very open. All you have to be right now is a human on Near to be able to vote and make your voice heard. So please check out the QR code if it's up there. Join the NDC. It's a community-led initiative to build governance and funding, decentralized funding on the Near ecosystem. So we really appreciate your contribution, and thank you.
Yeah, AVB, Blaze. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want to get involved, also now would be the time, because the AI is coming. I'll see you at 2:30.
Well, thank you, AVB, Blaze. This was amazing. Let's continue to keep in touch and chat about next year.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, I did tell you that only the original OGs like Yadira get to come onto the stage in their own wheels. But we have another fantastic OG of the Near ecosystem coming on now, talking from Proximity Labs. I'd love to welcome Mr. Kendall Cole.
Hey everyone, my name is Kendall. I'm the co-founder of Proximity Labs, and I'm here to talk a little bit about scaling blockchains. If I can get it to, oh, are we? There we go. Scaling blockchains. And Near's approaches to doing this, and how we are participating in both a monolithic and modular scaling environment. OK, there we go. So to understand how we are approaching scaling blockchains, let's first touch a little bit on what the bottlenecks are. So there's three major things that blockchains do. The first is that they execute transactions, which basically means when you do a Uniswap transaction, you're swapping from USDC to Ethereum, that computation of the change in your balance is execution. The next thing they do is blockchains store the result of these transactions. And very importantly, they make that new state available when the next round of execution is going to happen. And we call that data availability, which is probably a term you've heard a lot this week, and we'll continue to hear a lot. And the final thing they do is they settle these transactions. And really what this means is you have like validators coming to consensus and ideally providing some kind of guarantees that this state will remain the state until the next block comes in. And you'll hear a lot about finality as part of this. So there's two major approaches to scaling blockchains. The first is, sorry, little bit delayed on the transitions here. The first is monolithic scaling. And that's basically where you have a single layer 1 that is responsible for everything. It's responsible for execution, settlement, and data availability. And this is what Near has originally been doing. It's also what Solana is doing. So Near does this by sharding, which means that you have different sets of validators that are responsible for executing different transactions and storing different parts of state, but then they settle into a single blockchain. Solana takes a different approach where they essentially use increasingly powerful hardware to have all of their validators compute execution, settlement, and provide data availability. And then the other approach to scaling is modular scaling. And this is where you actually split up between potentially multiple L1s, settlement and data availability, and then execution using different layers. This could be layer 2s or even layer 3s. And here are a few of the ways this is split up. So you have Ethereum responsible for settlement and also Near. You have Ethereum and Near, and now Celestia as well, responsible for data availability. And then you have these layer 2s you've probably heard of, like Arbitrum, Optimism, and Polygon, who are responsible for execution. What's really interesting about Near is that it's actually both monolithic and modular. And what we mean by that is that we are a monolithic blockchain, but we now have products that we're providing to the modular scaling world. So on the monolithic side, and I think what's most interesting, is that we're actually the only chain that's full stack. What we mean by full stack is that you can actually store both your front-end code and your back-end code, or your smart contract code, on the Near blockchain. This is exciting because it means you can maintain maximum throughput for your application with minimal overhead. You don't need to maintain your own validator set. You don't need to run your own sequencer. That's taken care of for you. And then very importantly, this provides you composability across all of the layers of your application. This means your front ends are actually composable, just like your smart contracts are composable with other protocols. So just put up a couple of examples of products that have taken advantage of this. Mutable has decentralized their full stack application, and the OG application for Boss, which is Near Social. Now, what's really been different about this week, and what we've been announcing quite a few products in, is how we are offering scalability to the modular world as well. And this is primarily about helping scale Ethereum. So here's a little bit of a look at the Near scaling stack, and let's dive in. So on the user layer, we have Boss. The vision here is to unite UIs for various different chains and rollups into single user experiences. In addition to that, we're aiming to make these experiences extremely accessible and resilient. The vision here is to make it so that if you have access to the internet, which means that you can access the Near blockchain, then you can access both the front end and the back end for these applications. Decentralized and censorship resistant. That's the vision. And what we recently announced this week as well is this vision of true multi-chain accounts. And very excitingly, this even includes Bitcoin. With this account aggregation product, you will be able to, through your Near account, maintain sub-accounts on any ECDSA-supported blockchain, which is Bitcoin, most of the EVM world, including Ethereum, and even a lot of Cosmos chains. Moving on to the next layer of the stack, the execution layer. Here's where you probably heard Illia earlier this week announce the partnership with Polygon. We're working on taking our WebAssembly virtual machine and actually proving it and making it more modular so that various different settlement and DA layers can compose ZK Wasm into a ZK Wasm rollup. And of course, our vision here has always been multiple different options for developers on the execution layer, which is why we have the original Near WebAssembly VM and also the Near EVM that the Aurora team built, and even other virtual machines like a vanilla JavaScript virtual machine. This next layer is also a layer that we announced a new product this past week, which is the data availability layer. So the reason we did this is that data availability costs are actually the single largest expense by far for layer 2 rollups. And excitingly, Near's data availability is 8,000 times cheaper than Ethereum data availability, which completely changes the game for these rollups. They can maintain strong security guarantees by settling to Ethereum, but they can have much, much lower costs for their users. And this is already live on Polygon CDK's testnet, or testnet with Polygon CDK and OPStack, and will be coming to mainnet soon. Now we have the most exciting part, which is the settlement layer. And this is exciting because it's actually the newest product that we've been working on, which is this fast finality settlement layer for rollups. And we've been building this in partnership with the EigenLayer team. What exactly is fast finality? Yeah, very exciting. Great team. Super excited to work with them. So what is fast finality? Well, this is going to be the ability for rollups to settle to NEAR with eigenlayer security guarantees coming from E3 stakers, and then settle to Ethereum. This is exciting because it enables users to transact between layer 2s within 3 seconds, rather than in hours in the case of ZK rollups or days in the case of optimistic rollups. And extremely importantly, it maintains the full Ethereum security guarantees and even adds an additional layer with eigenlayer restaker guarantees and NEAR validator guarantees. And it can be used by rollups with either centralized or decentralized sequencers, so that it's actually up to the rollup team to decide how they want to settle to this chain. So let's walk through exactly how this is going to work. So let's say that we have a Polygon CDK rollup and Arbitrum that are both using the NEAR fast finality layer. So the Polygon CDK rollup sequencer will submit executed transactions to the NEAR blockchain. Next, eigenlayer restakers will execute these transactions to check the work of the Polygon sequencer. And they'll get these transactions from the NEAR blockchain so that they don't have to trust the Polygon sequencer themselves. And they'll choose to either accept or most likely accept or hopefully not reject those transactions. Then the Arbitrum blockchain will be able to acknowledge that state transition and acknowledge the transaction. And then finally, from the Polygon sequencer, the transactions will be finalized, however long that takes, on the Ethereum blockchain. And again, the real magic here is that this is going to enable actual very, very trust minimized composability between rollups, which really opens up an entirely new design space for applications. So you can think of things like cross rollup swaps at the simplest level, even things like flash loans between rollups, a little more complicated but viable. Asset rebalancing, if there are rates arbitrage you can do between different versions of Aave markets, and then even entirely new classes of rollup agnostic protocols. So to make this a little bit more real, we'll go back to this diagram and we'll walk through kind of a real world use case. So let's imagine that we have a user who has Ethereum on Polygon and wants to deposit into Aave and then borrow USDC. And let's say that the USDC rate is much more favorable on Arbitrum, so they want to get their ETH to Arbitrum in some way and then borrow USDC there so they can get the best rate. So what they'll first do is they'll send their Ethereum to a contract, probably the Aave contract, on the Polygon side. Then the sequencer from Polygon will submit that transaction to NEAR after it's been executed. Eigenlayer stakers will basically recheck the work and then communicate with Arbitrum to let that Aave contract know that the USDC should be credited to the user's account there. And then excitingly, eventually that transaction will be finalized on Ethereum, and the user can actually then withdraw the USDC to mainnet from Arbitrum if they so choose. So this entire process maintains that Ethereum security guarantee. And in the unlikely scenario that there was either eigenlayer restakers or NEAR validators who are sort of computing incorrect state transitions, then there'll be slashing events, which disincentivizes that type of behavior and should make that scenario never really happen. So zooming out a little bit from all of this, we talked about the different layers that NEAR is working to scale. How does it all fit together? How do we put this into kind of one thing of what is it that NEAR is aiming to do, and why is it that we're trying to scale blockchains this way? For me, I'd say it's really about this idea of chain abstraction. What we're ultimately trying to enable in this very, very multi-rollup, multi-L1, multi-whatever layer you want to say type of world is user experiences that are completely agnostic to which underlying chains are used. Users just want to use applications on whatever chain has these applications that are fitting their needs. They want to get the best rates. They want to get the best price execution. They want to buy NFTs that resonate with them, whatever it might be. And then developers want to be able to create these experiences that are as fluent and sane and direct as possible. So here's how it can work. And this is just a very rudimentary graph, but the beginning of what it is that we're trying to do here. Closest to the user, and the main reason we have Boss, is to create this unified user experience. A step below that, we have a similar type of solution, which is this account aggregation and fitting all these accounts together, letting users have a single NEAR account that lets them control their Bitcoin account, their Arbitrum account, Polygon, NEAR account, Ethereum, whatever it might be. A layer below that, we have Arbitrum and Polygon, who are going to need they're going to need to move this user's assets around so that the user doesn't actually have to think about or take on these extremely long settlement times that'll come from optimistic or ZK rollups. And that's where we have fast finality, so that experience can be seconds rather than hours or days. And really, really interestingly here, and I think the most exciting part, is that every single layer of this stack is going to be powered by NEAR. A user will actually be touching NEAR at multiple different layers of the stack, and developers can plug in to whichever layer is solving their direct problem without having necessarily to take on the entire stack. We will, of course, have these full-stack applications like Ref and Sweat and Mintbase, and we will also have applications like MakerDAO and Aave and Uniswap that will be on rollups that will be using the NEAR fast finality layer and maybe using Boss. So yeah, to wrap it all up, for us, NEAR is about chain abstraction and building and enabling this layer for developers and users to just access whatever it is on the blockchain, wherever it is, without having to worry about moving their assets around or creating new accounts or dealing with any of the complexity that comes with this increasingly fragmented scaling landscape. And that's all I have for you guys today. Thanks, everyone.
Check, check. Thank you so much, Kendall and Proximity team. So there are many of you in this audience who perhaps were attracted to Web3, not just for getting rich quick, although that's always an attractive proposition, but because you had a real feeling that the world could be different, that there's a different way of doing things and new opportunities that we can all follow. And I think that the next panel is going to be for you, because this is a really interesting group of people who share those ideas and values, and they would like to talk about it. So they're going to be talking not just about Lambos, but the way that Web3 can help the world. And the moderator is someone that has bet me 5 NEAR that I will be able to pronounce her name correctly. So let's see. I am English, and this lady's name is French, but I'd like to welcome our moderator today, Madame Aurélie Boiteau.
Merci. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hello. Oh, I see a lot of people today. Thank you so much for joining. So with our incredible panel today, we have a lot of innovation to talk about. And these guys are working in really interesting projects on how we can leverage Web3 for really good deeds. So please welcome with me first Andrew from ValuesCo, co-founder. We have Steven for the Ethereum climate platform and co-founder as well, if I'm not mistaken. And then Joel Kaiser. So your position is Chief Innovation Officer, if I am right.
That's
from
correct. Yeah.
Adonic. So thank you for joining me today for this interesting panel. I have a first question for all of you here. So you 3 of you are working in the middle or in really great intersection between Web3 and social good. So my question is, you all have a different project working on different things. And can you briefly describe your project, what you are working on, and your primary mission related to Web3? So maybe Andrew, you can start.
Yeah, thank you. So at ValuesCo, what we're building is a way for brands, media publishers, and nonprofits to form coalitions and launch collective action campaigns for customers towards impact goals. And so the way we think about what we're doing is really reinventing digital advertising into a participatory experience for the end user. And we use Web3 for gamification and for impact tracking, so we can kind of visualize at scale the impact that's happening through the platform.
Well, thank you. Really interesting. And how about you, Steven?
Great. My name is Steven Haft. I work at Consensus. I think I've just loosened my earpiece. Oh, great. My name is Steven Haft. I work at Consensus. Consensus, as you may know, was founded by Joe Lubin, who is also the co-founder of Ethereum. We had a deep involvement in an event that took place in September of 2022 called the Merge, the transition from proof of work to proof of stake. I've been tracking the ESG space at Consensus for now 5.5 years, representing us at the UN. And it seemed to me that the day after, my focus was on the day after the transition. Now that we go from being a brown tech proof of work to a green tech proof of stake, like NEAR,
Yes.
now that we catch up to NEAR in this space, let's say, What are our opportunities as a green tech to move the entire art and science of climate mitigation forward with Ethereum as a central figure? Not something we could do as a brown tech.
Yes.
But we had the opportunity to pull together a broad consortium, including NEAR, including Celo and Aave and Filecoin and Polygon and a group of other partners, Microsoft, Gold Standard, which is a World Wildlife Fund creation in the climate space, the UN Climate Agency that administers the Paris Accords. We pulled everybody together in a consortium to figure out how do we look back 7 years at the carbon emissions, the carbon footprint, so-called, of Ethereum, which is somewhere in the area of 30 million metric tons, which for reference is, you know, Azerbaijan, 10 million people in the Baku oil fields. It's pretty ugly. And how do we give back to the planet what we took? And our goal is over the next few years to give back more than Ethereum took from the planet in that proof of work period.
I agree on that, and I have like a specific question for you related to that later, so I'll get back to you really soon. But what about you, Joel? What are you working on?
Yeah, I work for a startup in Switzerland. We're building Web3 solutions for the some 4,000 nonprofits involved in delivering assistance all around the world to climate emergencies, forced migration, extreme poverty, etc. The sad reality is that only about 12% of those nonprofits are digitally mature, meaning they use technology effectively. And so we want to level them up and bring also transparency to the entire value chain from donor to recipient. And I'm happy to say today we're just about to launch a big project with a team at the United Nations called Unit Life. They're focused on tackling chronic malnutrition. And with NEAR, we're going to track millions of dollars going to small NGOs around the world to treat malnutrition. And we're going to track it just like a DHL package from the moment it's fundraised to the moment it's delivered, and all of the metadata that will be attached along the way. Yeah.
Oh, that's super interesting. Well, thank you. I'll get back to you as well, all of you. But I have a question for you, Steven, first. So you were mentioning the merge, obviously, proof of stake, and of course, the carbon footprint situation we have, I would say. So my question is simple but hard at the same time, let's say. So who is the Ethereum climate platform and the project basically you were working on, building on the progress? So who do we improve, let's say, the carbon footprint of our industry is not as good, so who do we build on this progress? And what is the strategy the Ethereum climate platform is using to further mitigate, I would say, the environmental impact of Web3?
Well, we've put a lot of thought into that. We have, as I say, this pretty esteemed group of companies, mainly EVM companies, that have come together to do this. And talking among ourselves, what we thought we would try to do was to create a sort of best of Web3 platform. And we put our best architects on a platform that, let's say, take a few examples from some of our partners. Filecoin. Well, what is a carbon credit? A carbon credit is a digital asset that stores data. Well, Filecoin is the data storage, the best data storage solution we have in our industry. To Joel's point, we are looking to engage communities in environmental responsibility in, let's say, the global south. We're going to be working quite a lot in the southern hemisphere, Latin America and Africa. And in engaging communities, well, not everybody in the community has a MetaMask wallet, but everybody has a cell phone.
Yes.
Celo, which is built on mobile phones, is by far the best solution we could possibly bring to those communities to create the feedback loop in terms of environmental management. Aave, we're putting together a fund that'll have a fairly substantial treasury. Well, treasury management is an area in which Aave excels. So as you look across that group of partners, you will see probably all of us in the room, had we been the architects, would probably have come up with, in a way, the same use cases for our partners across the spectrum of the Ethereum climate platform, and that's what we've done. We've built what I believe is a best of Web3 platform to go after the mitigation of in excess of the 30 million metric tons that Ethereum is responsible for. We contracted with the University of Cambridge, who do the Bitcoin Energy Index, to do the Ethereum Energy Index.
Yes.
We financed their work in this space. They came back to us with the 30 million metric ton number. We make that our North Star, and our goal is to mitigate, not offset. We're not buying cheap old climate offsets, as some people in the Web3 climate space early on sort of thought was the solution. We are looking to invest our money in projects on a go-forward basis that in the future, because investing in old offsets really accepts the climate as it is today. Yes. It says, back in 2018, somebody had a project. Yes, but that's baked into the shitty air we have today and the shitty climate. So our goal is to use our money on future projects, future mitigation efforts, and because all of our funds come from companies who've made their money in innovation, is to try to create market acceptance for very new and perhaps some might consider riskier approaches to climate mitigation that need funding to get market acceptance.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of work, but really interesting. But you were mentioning communities, and I think we have something to discuss together, Andrew. So ValuesCo's focus on collaborative, I would say, approaches, communities. And I have a question for you, which is, how do you leverage the capabilities of Web3 to incentivize sustainable, ethical consumption and positive behaviors?
Yeah, so at ValuesCo, the way we think about systems change, in contrast to a lot of carbon initiatives which are focused on the supply side of the equation, which is how do we help companies decarbonize their supply chain, offset their carbon, make their operations more efficient. The way we think about the equation is the demand side, which is how do we fundamentally change the way consumers live, work, travel, connect with each other. And the reality is the world is ruled by habit, and the ability to use Web3 to create these rewards, ecosystems and rewards, activations for a good, kind of have the ability to put out these breadcrumbs to allow people to build momentum in their own lives towards habits in new directions, which is really what we need in the world. And the way our team kind of thinks about this stuff is we're actually, DAOs are a brand new storytelling container that really removes the ceiling off of what a company can inspire its customers towards, moving away from just the kind of loyalty points, which in my opinion, Web3 doesn't make that much sexier than a traditional loyalty point system, but really prompting the story of building parallel societies that make the current society obsolete. And so we leverage Web3 in all sorts of ways around gamification. Obviously, NFTs have the ability to kind of visualize impact that's happening within action campaigns that we're launching back to the user, both the impact the individual user is having within the campaign, but also the collective impact that happens within these campaigns. And just to kind of ground what I'm saying into an actual example, we work with a big surfing company called Starboard. They leverage our platform to launch a rewards activation where their customers cleaned up 770,000 pounds of plastic from the ocean, planted 14,000 mangrove trees. The entire campaign led to 35,000 tons of carbon being offset. And the kind of reward mechanisms are kind of NFTs and some Web3 gamification, but it's also just focusing on what do people actually care about. So not that many people at the moment care that much about NFTs, even in this Web3 bubble. So campaigns are, that campaign specifically was discounts on surfboards, tickets to surfing events, meet and greets with celebrity surfers, So it's really all about meeting people where they're at, giving the right incentives for the right behavior, and slowly over time that will snowball into an entirely new society, and that's what we believe in.
Well, a lot of work for you as well, I guess, but really interesting, thank you. Which is, I have a question for you as well. So I am a noob in humanitarian, I know nothing, and I'll be honest, from this kind of point of view, I would say, hey, why do we need Web3 there? You know, and exactly right. So I think that's basically what are the advantages of using decentralization in humanitarian aid, and how does that change the relationship between basically the donors to the intermediaries to the beneficiaries, right?
Yeah, well, the short answer, not surprisingly, is trust. I've been working in humanitarian aid for the better part of 20 years. I went all over the world to Iraq, Afghanistan, Darfur, everywhere in Haiti. And whenever I was pitching a project to the US government or European Union or my own grandmother, the constant question back to me was always, how do we know that the money is going to reach the people who need it the most?
Yes.
That's the question. It's a valid question, but it's 2023. We have tools to solve for that. And so at Atonic, that's one of the huge questions we want to solve with Web3. And there's the flip side of that coin is that we want to reward those nonprofits that are highly effective. And by putting transparency on that value chain, a good example is it's manifestly more expensive, more challenging, more risky to educate a girl in Afghanistan than it is in Kenya. And so the market should reward those risks. Those NGOs and those agencies that are doing good work in that space, they should accrue a better reward than those working, for example, in Kenya. And that will direct capital flows to the global challenges that need it the most.
Right, so...
Orly, if I can, I would love to amplify on something that Joel just said, that it comes down to trust with the world's most unlikely example that I found myself talking about with Michael Casey from CoinDesk at NEAR here yesterday. Yes. The most unlikely and terrific example of Web3 and trust is Sam Bankman-Fried. Yeah. In a very interesting way. We all remember the banking crisis that took place with Wells Fargo Bank,
yes,
and
absolutely.
People lost their homes. It affected millions across the world, this banking crisis of which WAMU and Wells Fargo and some of were the principal architects of these crimes. In early 2023, the head of retail sales at the Wells Fargo Bank went to prison 7 years after this crisis. Now, let's look at Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yes.
Sam Bankman-Fried was convicted exactly 12 months to the day from the CoinDesk story that broke the Sam Bankman-Fried scandal. What does that tell us? It tells us that the trusted distributed ledgering system was so good that by comparison to the smoke and mirrors that the banking industry could put up to protect itself, there was no way out. All the facts were immutable in convicting Fried. So I think in a strange way, we need to hold up the success of 12 months from the day this broke, 8 months from the day he was indicted, he was convicted. That's how trusted this ledgering system can be on a go-forward basis.
That's interesting, actually. This is really
it's
linked.
An odd turning of things around, but it's true.
Yeah.
No, I agree, and I think this is something we share in this industry, right? We want to be sure that we use decentralization for trust and, can I say, transparency as well?
Exactly. There will always be bad actors, but it's pretty transparent in Web3.
Definitely. Yeah, and it's actually linked to my questions. You have half answered that already. But I have a last question for all of you before we wrap up this really great panel, which is, so we talked about your own project, right? My question is much more on the macro level. So with all the perspective in mind, with all what we discussed now, how do you all envision Web3 playing a transformative role in reshaping all global priorities? Andrew, I see. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, there's two aspects of it. There's the actual technology itself, which there's been plenty of talks on the stage around BOS and decentralization and all the kind of things that are repeated at every crypto conference. But I think what's more important is really a cultural shift. We at ValuesCo believe in this concept of emergent strategy, which is essentially instead of a centralized entity making a plan and saying we're going to achieve this plan, you create fertile soil for thousands of micro experiments to happen, and the best experiments and outcomes rise to the top. And so where I'm hopeful about Web3, in my very humble opinion, is providing kind of a parallel vision to what some certain centralized planners in the world, like WEF, think that they can just tell us where we're going, and I don't agree with their vision of the future, and I think that there's better possibilities of how we can shape the future in a way that's more grassroots up and more empowering individuals. And I think that Web3, as a conceptual framework beyond the technology, kind of provides the hook that can serve as that cultural shift to really change things to where, in my opinion, we need to go.
Yeah, really interesting. Another opinion, maybe? Do you want to go, Joel?
Well, I'm curious, just like in the audience, how many people here are building Web3 solutions specifically for the global south or for least developed countries? Or how about know anyone who's doing that? Okay, it's 3, 4 hands. I mean, to me, this represents a huge opportunity. The median age of Africa is 19 years old. The median age of North America and Europe is 41 and 44, respectively. The birth rate of Africa is 4 times Europe, North America. So our future customers, they're not here. They're in Africa. And I think there's a huge market there. There's a huge opportunity there. Plus, just like Kenya and many other African countries went from no phones, there was no landlines to mobile phones and smart devices. There's very few legacy systems to compete with in these countries. And so I think there's a huge opportunity there, and I really hope that we're able to direct some attention in that area, because the types of tools that we need to do our job need to work at the last mile. They can't be just for English-speaking people on 5G. They need to have solutions that are going to work in the savannah of Africa and elsewhere in the world. So that's my big hope, and I hope that these kinds of conferences are a place that we can sort of plant those seeds for 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 2 months from now.
Yeah. And what about you, Stephen?
Those of us in this room, all of us, are here because we've decided to join up with the creation of a trust layer for the planet. Trust, as we all learned as children, has to be earned. Yes. I think we have, you go back to 2015. 2015, 2 things happened. Ethereum was created and the Paris Accords were signed by 195 countries, creating the global address to the climate crisis we find ourselves in. The two had a great deal of commonality. If you read the Paris Agreement, throughout the agreement, uses the word transparent. Throughout the agreement talks about the end to financial duplicity, as does the creation of Ethereum. The Paris Agreement talks about redistributing power to the periphery from those in the center for decision making. So does the creation of Ethereum. Both talk about a radical transformation of business, industry, and society. The brown nature, unfortunately, of the proof of work scheme was such that the alignment that was created in 2015 was broken. The trust was broken. What all of us, and NEAR is a socially engaged, brilliant proof of stake-based system, and now Ethereum, who've caught up, have the opportunity to regain that alignment. And that's what we see as our opportunity to both in this community and on behalf of the community.
Yeah, right. So if I had to resume all of your, let's say, all of our discussion today, I think there is one word I've heard from literally everyone here. It's basically trust, right? We work here in Web3 to bring trust and be sure that what we do has really positive impact in society, independently of what we are working on, humanitarian heads to be sure that the trust is there, where anytime we send funds, for you that would be for all the carbon footprint, being sure that everything is going in the right direction for all the climate challenges we have right now. And for you as well, to be sure we are working with the right communities and be sure that we have a trust around there. And can I resume it that way? Trust and transparency for everyone. Is that who we could?
Yeah, I think that's one component. I mean, one thing I just want to close with is like, impact is this kind of like to the side thing that definitely like with us when we have conversations with, like on my fundraising tours or like a lot of stuff just get lumped into, oh, they're just like an impact thing. But really the underlying philosophy of Web3 is really this cultural shift that, you know, like impact and cultural change happens through culture, pop culture, through celebrities, through things that people are actually paying attention to. And so one of my like, I guess calls to action for the room is like, we need more consumer dApps. We need more things that normal people can interact with and connect with each other with and connect with culture through. And a lot of the talks that I see on Web3 stages are just layer 1, layer 2, ZK this, like all these technologies that nobody in the real world cares about at all. And there's not that much conversations on this is the consumer app that I'm building that's going to help to change culture. And so that's something that I think is missing in the conversation around impact, where it's not just about impact, it's culture change.
Yeah, so more use cases for mass adoption, if I can resume that in a sentence. But I think we are wrapping up our panel today. So Andrew, ValuesCo, thank you so much. Stephen, Ethereum Climate Platform, and Joel, with my French accent, from Adonic. Thank you so much for being here with me today and sharing your insight. And thank you to a great audience today as well for hearing a lot of really nice use cases.
Amazing audience, best audience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aurélie and the panelists. Always great to hear about Web3 being a force for good. So we now would like to welcome back to the stage for the second time today, Illia Polosukhin, with his new friend and colleague for today's chat will be from Anchorage Digital, and that's Diogo Monica.
Thank you. You're not bored with me yet. Hello everyone again. I'm here with Diogo. I'm really excited about it. Diogo has joined us at Near Foundation Council as a chairperson, and I'm really excited about this. But before we dive into that, let's get Diogo to introduce himself and how did you get to crypto? What has been some of the interesting story of kind of how you started Anchorage and what Anchorage is now.
Well, hi everyone. Great to meet you. Thank you for welcoming me to the Near ecosystem and community. It's been pretty fun, even though kind of crazy past month and a half, 2 months. It's also, I love the description, how I was introduced, which is a friend and colleague. I love that. That's how I should be introduced every single time. Okay, so for those of you that don't know me, I'm actually pretty odd duck in crypto. I work on the dark side of crypto, which is CeFi. My name is Diogo Monica. I'm the founder of a company called Anchorage Digital. Anchorage Digital is as boring as crypto companies can come. In fact, we have a pretty cool claim, which is we are the first and still only federally chartered bank in the US. That means that Anchorage actually has, I don't know that that's cool, but I think so. So it's the same charter as JP Morgan Chase. So if JP Morgan Chase is a bank, they're a bank because they have a charter by the OCC, which is the oldest bank regulator in the United States, Office of the Control of the Currency, and we have the exact same charter. So we're a bank like JP Morgan Chase is a bank. which is pretty exciting for crypto because we were the first ones to do, and it legitimizes crypto, and it really brought crypto into the banking system. We custody crypto assets in a bank inside of traditional finance. That's really cool. It's also extremely painful, as you'd imagine, because compliance is bank compliance. The interesting thing about how Anchorage Digital was started is that my intent from the beginning with my co-founder Nathan was never to really create a bank per se. Our goal was, as two security engineers that we were, really building a solution to a problem that we had at the time. And the problem that was at the time was that all these crypto funds and venture funds were being created because of the ICO boom. They were investing in these weird digital assets that were held in self-custody based on private keys, which, as you know, are glorified passwords, and they were losing them. So the way that Anchorage got started actually was a fund in 2017 that came to me because they had lost the passphrase to a $1.5 million Bitcoin wallet, and they offered me 20% if I could break into it. And that's how I got introduced to the business. You know, what a great business model. People give you money and you get to keep 20%. There's no blockchain that keeps 20% fee, at least that I know of. So that's how the business actually got started in the fun part of that. Of course, my background is a little bit different in that, and how I got there, we can talk about it if it's interesting. But that's how Anchorage actually got started, was technical security, two security engineers coming together to really store private keys.
Yeah, and I think that's extremely important, as you said, to legitimize crypto, to bring it to people who either not planning to do self-custody or don't know how to do it, or have a lot of money, which requires a way higher kind of bar for compliance and control over the system, right? Because I mean, it's totally normal to store some amount of money on your phone with like normal access, but you definitely don't want to do that with millions of dollars, and especially with billions.
That's right, and the interesting thing is that I also see this in your path to crypto and the AI papers and things like that, which is actually pretty fascinating. But there's this massive amount of luck of just being in the right place at the right time. So it's kind of fascinating because 15 years ago, I was working on something that was absolutely useless at the time, just absolutely useless. I was doing a PhD in something called distributed systems that nobody cared about. And I was publishing papers on something that I called computational resource tests, and that now we call the way better marketing term proof of work. And so marketing matters deeply, number one. Number two, I was working on Hashcash, doing Sybil protection. I was doing distributed systems and just doing security in this space. And it was just absolutely an academic pursuit. And it's kind of absolutely fascinating to think through reading a paper, reading Practical Byzantine Fault Tolerance by Miguel Castro, or reading Paxos, or reading some of the seminal Byzantine general papers, or all of these. And just 15 years ago, 17 years ago, they were just
ideas, pretty much.
Intellectual discussions between PhD students and professors in universities trying to get papers published in conferences that nobody has ever heard of. Well, now they probably have, because all the VCs are just trawling the pages of all the publishers of all these conferences in both AI and crypto conferences. But Eurocrypt, how many people had heard about Eurocrypt? DSN, how many people had heard about DSN? Nobody cared about these conferences, and they were the conferences of distributed systems. So I was just lucky enough to have been interested from security from a very early age, and security really was my passion. Well, when I was 12 or 13, hacking into my friends' computers was my passion. But that's what led to the passion of security, of course, eventually. And that's what got me on that path. Is kind of fascinating. You can describe Anchorage as many different things. Sure, we're a crypto company. Yeah, you can describe us as a crypto company. But you can also easily describe us as a security infrastructure company. You can also easily describe us as a bank. I personally like to describe us as a tech company that owns a bank, not as a bank that does tech, because those two things are very different, as you might expect. Even though we do have enough compliance people to call ourselves a real bank, so you have that as a stat for you.
And I'm sorry for that.
No, it's necessary, and it's actually fascinating. One of the things that I found the most fascinating has been, well, there's many things here, but I'm both an American citizen because I was born in the US, but I'm actually Portuguese too. I grew up in Portugal. And I just moved back to Lisbon about 6 weeks ago. So, my life is back and forth. but when things get hard in Portugal, I say I'm American, and when get shitty in the US, I say I'm Portuguese. So I'm always like switching hats and like using different shirts to claim that both countries are amazing. Every time in the US somebody complains about IDs and like how the system is bureaucratic and you need papers, I talk about our citizens card and digital signatures, and then people there talk about like starting a company, and then, or people here talk about starting a company, and I complain about the bureaucracy, and I complain about all of the, things that Portuguese people just force you to do anything. Anyway, it's pretty funny. But one of the things that has been the most fascinating for me as an American citizen has been interacting with not just the regulators, but the government apparatus. Going to the White House, meeting senators, seeing how the sausage gets made is kind of scary. Seeing the lobbying, participating in the lobbying, getting lobbyists, actually being part of the system and seeing how things actually evolve is kind of scary, concerning, and as a citizen, you just look at it and it's like, okay, I thought this was a rumor. I thought the ways things work, the things actually work were just
more process to the chaos, but
yeah, and or something that people described as a conspiracy theory, that this is actually how things were, and then you get there and there's, oh no, it actually works this way. Okay, cool.
So now you're in Lisbon. That's pretty much your conclusion of that after you interacted with all the U.S. government.
Well, yeah, there are downsides on both sides, but the story of Anchorage also is kind of interesting because it was started in San Francisco in my living room, and pre-pandemic we were actually 70-something people, and then we wake up in a world post-pandemic, and the West Coast, which was, San Francisco specifically, was 95% of Anchorage employees. Not Bay Area. San Francisco was 95% of Anchorage employees. And we've never really been pro-remote. I've always thought that I wasn't a good enough manager to really hire and manage a remote team. So, we had this founder philosophy that just remote was not something we were interested in. And at the time, we were able to implement it because it was pre-pandemic. The pandemic hits, and all of a sudden what happens is what happened to all of you. But we wake up in a world where we had over 300 people, and the large majority of them were not just San Francisco, not Bay Area at all. So we go from 95% San Francisco to less than 20% Bay Area. And Portugal actually now has almost half of our engineering. So we have almost 100 people in Portugal. And so obviously I have affinity to the country. I studied in these universities. This is where I did my bachelor's, my master's, my PhD. I had the connectivity. I had the teachers. I knew I could actually there's not that many Portuguese unicorns who can get the marketing going to hire good engineers and good people, and we did that successfully. And so we ended up with almost 100 people in Portugal, which then brings me back to Portugal because obviously the time zone, it's not like everybody's in the US and I'm here. And I think you've done similar things, right? You found pockets of talent.
Yeah, I mean, we went from, I don't know, we had 20-something people, and one, actually, Jake here, was remote, and then we went, like everybody remote, kind of growing, and then also separating and decentralizing and becoming more and more of a collective that's global, that has people everywhere, that has hubs everywhere, and now it's, actually this time zone indeed is kind of the middle ground between Asia and America, and you can actually cover it very well. And so, I think that has been also like an interesting question. Like if you are in Asia or in US, like you actually are kind of missing out on part of this, and versus here you have like a wide range as well.
So I'm actually curious because we sell to institutions. So our clients are Visa, sovereign wealth funds, big banks. Every single venture fund you've ever heard of is a client. So we have tens of billions of dollars on the platform, and we do staking, custody, buy and sell. Those are our services, those are our clients. We do not touch retail. We do not touch retail, we don't do retail, we don't want to do retail, so we don't touch it. And that's part of the secret of actually having a bank that is a bank is because we were institutional only, and so that helps because from a regulatory perspective, the target is not on you. There's no poor retail ever being hurt because we just don't serve them, and the institutions are sophisticated. So if they do something wrong and invest in a bad asset and they lose all their funds, nobody's going to be sad about some poor institution that invested their money, still made fees but lost their funds. So it's a very different thing. But for foundations, I've always kept myself credibly neutral from an asset perspective. So this is actually the first foundation that I'm joining, and at this point we're big enough for me not to be close to the decision making on asset support for this to actually be something that I can do credibly. But I've always wondered whether for protocols and for foundations, it is an advantage to actually be remote and distributed, because the community building is such a big portion of it that being in the pockets and actually being close, that must be a massive advantage versus, I don't know, vis-a-vis a protocol that is just like 95% San Francisco. Is that the case?
Yeah, I think it's the case, and it's also it's part of philosophy, and it's part of how you build a team. It's part of people also want to meet somebody who works kind of in a core team or in a close to core team, and having people everywhere that are core people allows to also have these interactions more often. And then I think like we've seen this for kind of more local blockchain that kind of launched for a specific country, like that really hard for them to break out of that mode, right? Because it becomes kind of self-fulfilling, and blockchains are at the core global phenomena. It's at the core a place to unite everyone, to build this composable platforms, bring everybody together, create open markets that are global in the first place. And so whenever you target something local, either by the team location or by kind of just your marketing and market positioning, you are kind of actually crossing yourself out from this whole global phenomena that blockchain is. And I think that is really important piece. And at the same, like the philosophy of open web, the one we really kind of pushing for, is really around allowing everyone in, allowing kind of people to participate, to contribute. It doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter. I love to say, if you're an account on chain, it doesn't matter if you're a cat, right? Like you could be participating in exactly the same terms. And so, like I think like opening that up is important, and geography then doesn't matter. Time zones do, sadly. That's probably. I wish there was no time zones and we can all live in the same time. And
maybe we can start by getting rid of daylight savings.
Yeah, that would be
slow
nice.
progress.
Yeah.
Now there you go. This is my beginning of my political campaign here for Prime Minister of Portugal.
For UN, I think.
Or UN directly. Actually, I have another question for you. Sorry, I know you were supposed to be interviewing me, but we had dinner last night, and I had this one. This is a spicy take, and I've been thinking about this for a while, and I just love your opinion. And since we're chatting with a great group of people, might as well think through this. But this is a spicy take, so take me here for a minute. Give me a break here, but. I have this idea that one of the reasons why lots of protocols have failed in our space, and why we've had maybe not enough engagement from both community and founders, has been because for a space that believes deeply in incentive alignment, we've always built these protocols with massive misalignment of incentives for the founder specifically. And what I mean by that is I think this space will not work as successful as it could until new protocols that are created that are based on any kind of token or any kind of incentive have token lockups, investing that is actually equal or similar to any other founder that is creating a company and raising equity. If I'm a founder raising dollars, we've raised almost $500 million. $500 would be also pretty impressive. $500 million, and there's no liquidity. There's no liquidity for 7 to 10 years. That's the average for an equity company. The founders stay, the workers stay, everybody stays. So how is it possible to really build a fundamentally successful protocol if you get liquidity on year 1 or year 2 or year 3? It's not just that the founders lose interest necessarily, it's that they're not really incentivized to stay. And a lot of people I've seen, became fabulously wealthy. And then you also have the negative component that I actually saw Square post-IPO go through, which is once the stock and your price and your net worth is public, you're looking at it every day. And your loss aversion means that days that it's up, you don't feel anything, you feel normal. But days that it's down, you feel really bad. And so that loss aversion of like feeling lost 2x, then the gains actually is like very corrosive. And in crypto this happens. But I legitimately think until token founders specifically, but also employees, have a vesting schedule that is actually closer to an equity in terms of timeline, say 7 years, I don't think we're going to get past through the really, really hard stuff of product building and like go-to-market. I would love your opinion on this.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth around that the kind of fast liquidity is corrosive, not just for the team, but also for the backers who participate, because it's also like now they look at it as well, and like now they're like, now it's a trade for them, not just backing and kind of building for the future. So I think this has been probably a big negative side of the space, we actually, for our team, kind of everyone have set up, first of all, the lockup started at mainnet. So there was motivation for everyone to actually launch mainnet. So even though like the kind of the normal vesting, right, like employee vesting, but or contributor vesting, but the lockup started from this, and then it was pretty much 4 years from mainnet. So it actually didn't end yet, and it was like kind of aligned with like the longest backers as well. So and so. I definitely, like, we've been trying to maximize that pretty much as possible. I do think that, like, for projects that are launching now, if they have an ability to do that and kind of, I think the problem is, and like I think this is general problem with crypto has been, is that like because of the market dynamics, it's the same as like in 21, there was like people were shooting money from the guns, right? Like instead of T-shirt, it was like, you know, 500K grant.
In Portugal, I think we call it the bazooka.
Yeah. And so, like, that kind of created this whole slice of, you know, people who believe this is normal, right? And so the same with, like, crypto incentives and, like, crypto VCs as well. There's a whole slice of people who think this is normal. Like, the only thing that is, like, worth investing is in the token that will be liquid for them in, you know, a year. Like, they actually put provisions into like, some of the contract. So I think the challenge right now is like we kind of need to change the market dynamics in general, such that founders are able to like create the equal opportunity for both them and backers to have kind of a more aligned, like building out a real future value. And I think like I'm not sure how we can actually get there at the current stage, right? I think that's really the challenge is like the market adjustments is happening. I think like the valuation adjusting, but that structures are still more short term than they should be. But in general, I totally agree. I think the biggest kind of the core team continued pushing together, continue working is the most important. And you know we have like some people who transition out, but a lot of people are still in the ecosystem working across different hubs. And that's, I think, one of the benefits is compared to a company, when somebody transitions off, they go and do something else. And the ecosystem, there's a lot of things to do. And you can actually go and do something in the ecosystem, continue growing it in a different capacity, right? Maybe you don't like the role you were in, you maybe want to try something else. So you have this opportunity to continue growing the ecosystem, but not maybe indirectly like the employee relationship that you started with. And I think that is being actually beneficial for continuing growing in an ecosystem.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, at least for any companies that we fund, we can always think about things like that and aligning the incentives.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as we work with founders, and I'm really excited kind of within this context, working with founders, helping them set up a structure that maximizes kind of their success, in building their vision, right? At the end, like that's why you start. Like if you're for financial outcome, there's better, for many of the smart founders, there's better ways to have a short-term financial outcome, including investment actually, for time spent on building this, for sweats building this. And so like, you're starting the company because you want to bring this vision together. And so I think like structuring it in such a way where you as a founder are able to continue pushing forward. There's ways to like, the benefit is the tokens is just information. And the market is just another piece of information, right? And so you can structure the token in a way that can be, useful for your, incentive structures, for decentralizing the ecosystem, for onboarding new people, while the incentive part for the team, et cetera, can be structured as well. It's just code, right? You can write the code. That's a benefit compared to equity. Equity is like, it's kind of predefined, right? And it has you actually can, sit down with lawyers and write 500 pages of documents, but then you need to also execute it. It's like super complicated, explain to everyone. Here you can just write a smart contract that exactly outlines the motivations that you want, right? You can maximize, for example, unlock based on KPIs. Right? It can be that, that we actually align the whole ecosystem to achieve some specific goal. And now it's actually a kind of positive sum game for everyone to push toward that, right? And in a way, that's what kind of Bitcoin started with. Like it says, everybody's incentivized to continue building this chain. It's just like, that was a very simple KPI. Let's build the longest chain. and hopefully it's going to be useful. But you can have a lot more complex things. Now we have oracles that can provide you with information. You can have an AI oracle that actually analyzing potentially information about the projects that you're building that's providing this context back into your token to unlock or provide additional emissions based on that, right? So like you can design things that are kind of more novel. And I think that's the benefit of this technology that we have, is like we have such a programmability that we never had before.
I saw a lot of the companies in the ecosystem, and I've been meeting a lot of these CEOs and these founders. And something that has struck me as interesting that I haven't seen yet is I've seen a lot of applications of zero-knowledge proofs within our own space. So, on the roll-ups and trying to make things more efficient and effective, which makes a ton of sense because we want lower fees, we want higher throughput, we want just better ways and just stronger primitives to achieve things that we couldn't before. I haven't actually seen great zero-knowledge proof applications that are Bitcoin-based for things that I would have thought are obvious and are kind of needed. I don't know. There's a cool paper by Bonnet, which you take a picture now. The Sony cameras actually have
the cryptographic key in them. Yeah,
they have a cryptographic key, and then they sign every picture that comes from a camera, so you know if a picture actually comes from a war zone or if it was generated by DALL-E. You have no idea. And so it actually signs the picture. But then the problem is you're a media outlet, and you either put the full picture, 50 whatever megabytes of picture, because that's the original picture that got signed, was the raw format of the picture. And so how can we crop it? How can we reduce it in size? And so there's these cool ways to prove in zero knowledge that a subset of a picture or a subversion of the picture actually sign up to the original picture that came from the camera. So cool utility like that we can actually know if pictures coming from Gaza are actually from Gaza or from Israel are actually from Israel. Like, we don't know what the source of these things are. And it's very important for us to have great information. And so that's an interesting use case and application. And then obviously like the use of something like Near, in which is very cheap for me to actually do these commitments and have somebody like Sony or Nikon or whatever participate, seems like a very obvious use case. Why have I not seen, not this specific use case, because I'm likely missing something trivial that doesn't make it work, but just zero knowledge use cases that are just obviously like great for humanity and society kind of like implemented right now.
I mean, the reality is like this technology just started to scale to something that's like reasonably like powerful, right? Like imagine, I mean, what you just described, the use case of converting a 50 megabyte image down to, let's say, I don't know, 300 kilobytes, right? And usually it's done by, set of filters and maybe potentially some like neural network as well now. And 50 megabytes is actually a lot of data that the current zero-knowledge circuits probably cannot handle, right? And especially the zero-knowledge circuits of last year could not handle at all. So we actually just getting to a stage where it's possible to start pushing this much data or this much compute, right? So for example, for ZKML, and I think there's a hackathon project actually going to present an example of that. Like ZKML right now, the limitation is on how much, like, usually all the neural networks have layers. And so because like every layer, you can prove it individually and then compress all the proofs of each layer. So it doesn't matter how many layers it has. Right. But the amount of parameters each layer outputs, right, the matrix it outputs, you need to prove that. And you need to commit on that. And that is actually expensive. And so right now, I think it's like 10 million parameters is the max you can have, right, which is 10 megabytes or like kind of 40 megabytes, for example, right? So like we're just getting to that stage where this is the size that's possible. But I think this use case is extremely important, and also like it wasn't really well understood that we need this prior to some of the recent events and like kind of just more generative AI resurgence. I think that is kind of in general like content tracking, content understanding, reputation of the entities publishing will become extremely important, and having like this supply chain of data and zero knowledge proofs with it will become extremely important component of that. But like more of this use case will be coming as this technology scales, and like not just scales but also becomes more effective and efficient. There's hardware accelerators that are also being built. So like I think we just getting to see it coming, but it's like it was not like I mentioned and with Jordi. Like in 2019, we actually banned word zero knowledge because it didn't you could use it for everything, but it didn't work. Right. And so now it's actually like we're investing in it, partnering across the ecosystem, and I think we'll see a lot more exciting stuff for this.
Awesome. Well, if somebody wants to build a company like that, I know somebody at Sony, so I don't know.
There might be some funding for you. Yeah.
I think we just ran out of time.
Indeed, we did. All right. Well, thank you. Hopefully, you met Diogo, and yeah, exciting to be here. Thank you, Diogo.
Thank you so much, Illia and Diogo, for that session. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting moments now for this afternoon session. If you were to see backstage, it is like a party. There's some really, really excited hackers that are going to be coming up and presenting with a range of judges as well. So with that in mind, we're just going to have a couple of minutes to just set up the stage and get the transitions done. Please do hang around. Some very excited people that are going to be coming on stage soon. And for the afternoon session, it will be moderated by Maria Jarocka. So thank you very much and see you shortly.
Hi. Thank you so much. These people want to win the hackathon. This is why they're applauding so hard. My name is Maria. I'm with DevHub, and I do hackathons. And including this one, I think we did a pretty good job with 800 registrations, almost 800, and dozens of submissions. So DevHub team and me, we spent the last night selecting 11 most interesting pitches. So today, at the pitching competition, we will present you top 11, and we will select one of the winners of this hackathon, the winner of the nomination pitch competition, right? So the rest of the winners we will announce online on November 17th, so don't get too excited. This won't be the winner of this hackathon. This is just one of the winners. Still really great. So let me introduce the judges of the pitching competition. Please meet Laura from Near Horizon. Please meet Eric from Pagoda, Oleg from Sweat Economy, sorry, Alex from Aurora, and Luis from Mintbase. So this is how it's going to work. They call me Maria the timer, because during the pitch competition, when the team goes over 3 minutes, I just cut them off. So they only have 3 minutes to pitch, and the judges will have 3 minutes to answer the questions. So probably 2 questions per each team. If we're lucky, maybe 3. And then after 11 pitches, the judges and me, we will go backstage to select our favorite team. So let's introduce our first team. Obrigado.
Hello, everyone. We're Obrigado, and we're here to talk to you about enabling compute on the NEAR ecosystem by utilizing idle computing power. So currently, the NEAR ecosystem facilitates front-end, decentralized front-end using BOSS, decentralized back-end through smart contracts executing transactions, but we believe heavy compute should be part of the NEAR ecosystem. So what's the problem? So this graph shows the market share trends between cloud providers. And as you can see, the market share trend is going up for the big providers, meaning their market share is actually increasing, and it's becoming less and less decentralized over time. And to compound that, there are also data, as you can see, that the data here shows that the demand is increasing more and more over time for cloud computing resources. So this is Obrigado. So Obrigado can execute heavy compute tasks, including training large neural networks, genomic data processing, and drug discovery. And this is done through task nodes, enabling their idle compute power to be used, and this will be executed through the NEAR blockchain. And we believe with Obrigado, heavy compute is NEAR. So our roadmap. So during this hackathon, we launched our smart contracts on the NEAR testnet, and they're functional. We launched our front end on BOSS, and it's functional. And our future roadmap, we want to improve security and privacy for our users. We want to improve the workflow and the user experience. And we also want to support more languages. Currently it supports Python, but we want to be able to reach as many different providers' languages as possible. So our team, we met just a few days ago at the hackathon, and it's been amazing. We come from a variety of backgrounds, including technical experience in the centralized cloud computing space. So here's a quick demo.
Yeah.
So as you can see, we have 2 worker nodes, and we have a task submitter. So the worker nodes are currently searching for new tasks that are added to the NEAR blockchain. And as you can see, the task submitter submits their task with a bounty of 10 NEAR. The worker nodes are now receiving this task. They found it. They're processing the transaction. And just focus on the account balance of these worker nodes. So the account balance has been added to their account. They've shared the bounty equally for completing this task. So this is what it looks like with 2 nodes.
Time's
but we
up.
want to
I'm
have
sorry. Time's up. Thank you so much, Team Obrigado. Now don't hide behind me. Go to the center of the stage in case our judges have some questions. So we have a mic here. There is a whole team, to be honest.
I'm going to screen my question. Can you talk a little bit more about what your go-to-market strategy is? Who would you target first as like the end user of this application or this tech?
So it would be basically any kind of research institutions, or think of somebody who wants to train large-scale neural networks, microbiome research institutions, DNA processing facilities, and things like that. So anybody who would use traditional cloud and centralized cloud could opt in as this for this alternative.
Is there any verification of the results of the compute? Do you do it multiple times, or how does it work?
Yes, basically every job has an infinite amount of, it can be taken by any amount of nodes. And once results are submitted, they are uploaded to IPFS or any kind of external storage. And on-chain data stores only the location of that result and the hash. So at the moment of the result submission, the hashes are compared. And At that moment, if there is at least one different hash, then the job goes into challenged mode, and then there could be a way of having a whitelisted or trusted nodes that are going to perform only, like validator nodes, that are going to validate only those challenged jobs. And in that case, if the challenged results matches this, so the reward or the bounty is going to be distributed only to the nodes which submitted the correct result after validated, trusted result comes in.
Are you going to be price competitive, or what's going to be the, your differentiation? Why would these institutions sort of use you?
So we believe that depends on the dynamics of nodes joining the network. There's going to be an alternative. Market is going to dictate the price, and it can easily happen that the price to compute something on Obrigado is higher than on the traditional nodes. But you will have always this kind of resistance, and there could be, market could be dictating the low price. So for instance, if there's a lot of idle compute, GPUs sitting at consumers' houses, they might just decide to run one node and forget about it and get passive income. That's going to, we believe, lower the price of the compute.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, team. Obrigado.
Thank you.
So let me introduce to the stage a team called Proof of Reputation. Welcome. There you go. This is your clicker, so you can go front and back. You can see your presentation here. The microphone.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'm Alan, I'm Mexican, and I want to talk to you about a very common problem that is faced on the regions around Latin America. Think in this. You are in a small or medium business. You have to pay your employees, but by many of the factors that happen during the week, maybe your customer didn't pay you, or maybe you got any other situation, you don't have enough money to pay. So this is what we are talking about, and this is a problem that represents one of every three fails in Mexico companies. So we are right now presenting our project that is called Proof of Reputation. We are a score and loan protocol that allows you to request a loan based on your activity on-chain. In our research, we discovered that almost all the businesses on Mexico are SMBs, and also that hundreds of thousands of people live underbanked on the regions in Latam. Our prototype is ready. We worked 48 hours during this hackathon to develop a smart contract that currently is deployed on mainnet and can create a score for some quests that are already ready on NEAR protocol. And also we develop an UX and UI interface that is deployed on both components. We have regulatory advantages, as it is a debt mechanism, so there is no profit, and you can take this as a debt. We have KYC and AML alignment, as we can do quests that recognizes your proof of personhood or your proof of citizenship. We also aim to have low to no bureaucracy. In case that you ask for a loan on a bank in Latin America, you can count the time that it takes for yet one. We have a plan, reach underbanked regions, partnered with local empresarial organizations and thought about crypto payments and start seeding the first loans. Our current status is that first, we have a defined clear problem. We have a score smart contract that is deployed on mainnet, and we have a UI that is ready, and you can test it on near.org. Next steps is complete loan liquidity pool, alpha testing with OGs, and look for extra use cases of a score on-chain. Our team, we are based in Mexico. We know very well what is this about, and we can invite any of you anytime you want to live what we are living. A loan can save the life of an SMB on Latam. Who want to be part of this? Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the judges?
What's the motivation for a lender to be on this protocol?
Okay, we think about the interest rate that you can get from this loan protocol. According to your score, you can get a bigger or a smaller interest rate that can represent a higher APY than the average average interest rate that you get from a bank. You go to Mexico and you get paid like 2% for your money. So let's loan this for your region and you start earn more.
Thank you. If you don't have any, one more question from Luis.
Are you using NFTs, and if so, can you explain a bit about it?
Yeah, we are using soulbound tokens specifically. So every time that you complete a quest, you get an NFT that you can see on your wallet, and you have a main NFT that represents your score and is updating accordingly to the activity that you are completing the quests.
Thank you so much. Team Proof of Reputation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let's welcome our next team, B4B for Near Social. Welcome on stage.
Hi, I'm Anna. Our project, B4B, Influencer Marketing Protocol on Near Social. After launch, new dApps on Near need to tell about their project and attract new users. But they don't know how to reach target users on Near community. Near native influencers and creators are the best way to amplify new dApps. That's why we create B4B, Influencer Marketing Protocol. With B4B, dApps can choose best influencers based on their on-chain statistic and make promotional collaboration with them. Creators can monetize their channels, grow on-chain portfolio, and moreover, creators have more motivation to active grow on Near socials. During NEARCON, our team collect also on-chain data from Near social graph, support ad placement on Near, and ad verification using Near profile. Let's see how it's works. Influencer create account by connected wallet and verified ownership of his Near social channel. Also, influencer put price for different ad placements. Advertiser choose best influencer based on their on-chain statistic from Near social graph. Make ad booking. For this, he choose best ad placement format, date, and send content to the influencer. Advertiser make payment via B4B protocol smart contract on Aurora in USDC. Influencer receive ad order. If influencer like the order, he accept it. And after this, on planned date, he download content and make publishing on his Near social channel and send link to the advertiser. Advertiser check what everything okay with ad placement, ad approve what ad done. After this, influencer receive payment on his wallet from our smart contract in USDC on Aurora network. Let's bring 1 billion users to Web3 by collaborating with creators and influencers.
Thank you, Team B4B. Judges, do we have any questions?
Can you talk a little bit about what you think is your total addressable market? Like, how big do you think this space is? Who are you going after? Are you planning to bring more people into Near social? Is it sort of a recruitment, or is it really more to sort of spur, the work that's already happening with the people that are on Near social?
Yes, we integrated a near social graph, and it's possible to place it in near social and collaborate with different influencers here. And it's also possible on our platform to collaborate with other socials, like Web2 socials, Twitter, Telegram, and other, with influencers there, collaborate, place content, and attract in their protocols new users.
When the advertiser creates the advertisement or schedules, is it public? The contract?
Yes.
When advertisers create new ad, it's public in smart contract. The all statistic store in backend, but the main payment information and other on-chain statistic public on smart contract on Aurora.
Can we use B4B to bring more users to near social?
Yes, it's possible, of course, to collaborate with other influencers from Telegram, Twitter, and other socials, make a placement, and bring to near social too, and collaborate new users here.
So recommendation to Near Foundation to start using the services of B4B, to bring more people to Near. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, judges. Thank you, Team P4B. Can I please have my clicker back? Let's welcome on stage the next team, Partingo. I promise this is going to be fun. There you go. You can see it here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Olivier de Smet, and I'm part of Partingo. 2 weeks ago, I was here in the exact same room, and I was listening to Illia's talk about the Near and the POS and Urbit integration. A bit later, me and my team attended ETH Lisbon, where we built Chipper, and we were like, why not? Why not do a back-to-back hackathon? And we felt like, what can we do for Near? Well, we wanted to help bring the masses to Near by building Partingo.
This is the, huh? Yeah, this is the one?
No, it's a link.
This is not the one.
Can you click on it?
This one?
No, it's a link in the picture.
Click from here. Sorry for the hiccup.
They should.
The time is ticking. No, no.
The time is not ticking.
That's unfortunate.
Well, just which slide?
You need to switch from macOS to BOS.
You can just click on it.
Okay. Present to you?
Well, either way, doesn't matter. You can go to part.ngo and actually check out the UI. Basically, Partingo is a game that you can play whenever you're with a party of friends, hackers, or colleagues, and you're about to go to an event. On Partingo, there's a lot of presets for example, a hackathon or a road trip with scenarios. And you can select which friend you think is most likely to end up in a certain scenario. So, for example, you go out on a club night and someone gets too drunk, someone loses his phone, someone gets kicked out by the bouncer. You can actually predict which friend will be in this scenario. There is a point system to it, but eventually the event log of this game gets thrown into an LLM and makes a recap of the night, creating a beautiful memory. So this is how we will bring Near to the masses. How are we getting Partingo to the masses? Well, through user-generated marketing campaigns on TikTok, for example. And so we will market it as like a party drinking game, so it will go viral, right? But under the hood, it's actually an awareness game to make people aware of certain social recurring behaviors in certain social settings. This will cause the next user peak for Near. The future for Partingo? Well, first of all, we'll continue building it and fixing it because they now fix the compiling error and we can actually make it functional. So we've got a lot of ideas for Partingo, like branded presets. So it's actually marketing value is amazing. We will integrate it with Alphabet, a prediction market on Urbit, so there can be some financials involved. And the best thing is we will connect this to the project we built at ETH Lisbon, making it possible for us to record contributions and reward them with token or equity allocation, so everyone here can become part of Partingo. And so on, part of NEAR. Thank you so much. This was the team. They're unfortunately already back home. Check out party.ngo. It's not an NGO, but there's always a party. Thank you very much.
Don't leave. Maybe the judges will have the questions.
I'm just looking at your demo, and it's pretty slick. Mobile first?
Yeah, mobile only at the moment. Well, if we want to reach the masses, we go for mobile. The UI was almost finished, but we were struggling with a few things. Extra day of building, and this will actually be functional.
Can you talk a little bit about your intended revenue model?
Yes. So first of all, it will be brands and events like this event that can create presets. This is one way of getting revenue, but there can also be a creators market that can get very creative with presets for niche events and occasions. And then there, yeah. We don't want to do advertisements. We do want to have branded presets, but we don't want to bother the users.
What parts of this are on the NEAR chain or interacting with NEAR?
So this is the part that I forgot to say, but normally it was in the demo. Whenever you join a game, you create a MyNEAR wallet. And so it doesn't really showcase the possibilities of NEAR, but it's a very easy way to onboard the masses. And they'll get curious and they have FOMO to play the game. They will be on NEAR without even knowing it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let's invite to the stage our next team, which is called BOS Mutation. And presenting the guy in the t-shirt, legendary Pokemon. I mean, who could beat that? Okay. There is a clicker, so you could click to the right and use your microphone.
Okay, hi. I'm from Dapplets team, and we have implemented the BOS mutation proposal. What problems does it solve? BOS component on the website, they are easy to fork, thanks BOS, but actually they are hard to be used. Why? Assume you would like to insert a button into the existing BOS website, like near social. Here is it is a dislike button. I am the owner of the change, but the website is owned by someone else. So what should I do? At first, I have to implement the button, no problem. But then I have to fork a container containing the button. Oops. Please. Okay. Then I have to fork a containing container of the button. Okay. And then I have to fork a container containing the button, and this is up to the up to the top, and I will end up in creating the full fork of the entire website. But it goes even worse, because this fork does have no usage. So I have to start some marketing campaign to get usage from MobNear to my fork, and it can be tricky because this original website is owned by the owner, and why should he allow it? He will maybe reject it. So our solution is to apply this change on the fly and change the website immediately in permissionless way. This is how it works. This is the switcher. You can switch between mutations. This applies directly into the website. You see here different mutations. For example, badges applied directly into the near web social. Or paywall, it's another mutation can contain paywall. It's here how you can create mutations on the fly. You can just point out to the element and create replacement elements. And you can submit this mutation to the blockchain. You can share this mutation with another guys or submit it as a pull request. Now, important to say that important to say this is a huge. It works to Web 2 as well, and it's a change for entire web. Well, okay, it's done.
Much sorry, it was your time.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you. Any questions from the jury?
Is there a business model around this?
Sorry?
Is there a business model around this at all?
Yes, we have ideas for it.
To get hired by Pagoda.
Yes. Does Boss has a business model around Boss? Is there any business model around Boss? It's similar.
Sounds good.
Are there any possible negative consequences to being able to mutate things over and over and over again? Can you talk about any of the risks that you've thought about in terms of the tech, or are there no risks? This is a perfect solution.
Maybe I haven't understood you, sorry.
So I'm curious if you've thought through, are there any risks from a technology standpoint or technical standpoint or user standpoint of having mutations upon mutations upon mutations sort of happening throughout this space?
I'm asking how it will go distributed. How?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, the idea is that this mutation will be maintained by communities because, for example, for Twitter communities, NEAR has 1 million users, but specific communities like NEAR Social has 10,000, and they will be interested to engage Twitter users into their community, and they will make specific mutations to engage people from the outer community into the, for example, NEAR Social community or Learn NEAR Club community. This is how it should work, because smaller community are interested to engage people from the other community, and mutation is a tool for this.
Thank you so much, Team BOS Mutation. Can I have my microphone back? Thank you, and the clicker. So let's invite to the stage next team called Uni Help. Just one button.
Hello, everyone. So, we are near UniHelp, and today we are proud to present our new solution to destroy the wall between students and the study abroad. So yesterday I saw a pretty cool presentation of the CEO of NEAR Foundation, and I figured out one more time that actually our idea is pretty revolutionary. So it's AI secretary, you see. Market data. So over 5 million students go study abroad each year, and they have faced a lot of problems, for example, with transaction, diploma supplements, and other documents. And today we are going to solve this problem. So how we want to do this? So here you see that we have a student which is going to bring documents to the university, yeah? And usually it's some employee who do boring work, but today we do absolutely new attitude. So we have an AI. When university types the correct data into the AI, it's matched automatically all the subject which needed to match, and send information to NEAR blockchain, that each product or each university can also send this information and use this information for their own components. So what we done? Actually, we have a smart contract who creates another smart contracts for each university. So, for example, if you are like a Harvard, you come to us, you ask for a new smart contract, and we create exact new smart contracts for you to work with our application. You can use our AI or not our AI, it doesn't really matter. But our AI will be trained on the information what's stored in the blockchain database or stored on our cloud. It depends on are you working with us or with other similar project. What we have next? Next we have our quick video presentation. So I guess it started, or not? So yeah, it can be started. Yeah, so you can input information. It's actually how it works. So you write down the university, what you're going to send your data. You can write down the name of the contract, what is the owner of this like university, storage, and also name the disciplines of what you're going to add. And in this case, we add a geography, or we can add a mass, and you can see that it's automatically matched by AI. So you can add one more subject on just save, and it goes to train AI on the new data or to give you back original and good PDF of the diploma. So next slide. So monetization, our business model. So a student can pay a pretty low amount of money, like €5. It's not that much, yeah, for trying to recognition of their diploma.
The time is up, so if the judges have any questions about the business model, it's a good time to ask.
Yeah.
Could you? Oh. Nice job. Could you go a little bit deeper into the problem that you're solving?
A little bit. Okay, so firstly, if you're trying to go study abroad, you need to match your subjects, your translated subject or your original subject, with subject of the university with which you're going to study. So for example, in my university, I had the subject of Informatica, but here in the Lisbon, you call it object-oriented programming, and you need to match these two subjects. Basically, it's done by AI. So pretty simple.
And this work still done by assistant on Cathedra manually for every university, because we don't have centralized system whereas everything match.
So sorry, follow-up question. Who is the user of this app? Is it the university or is it the student?
It's a university, because they need to match documents what student bring to him.
Yeah, but it's always a fee to apply for some programs. So it's also student interest.
So on the business model, why would you not swap it? So instead of taking money from users or from students, take the money from universities?
We want to monetize this application through offering a service to a student to upload own diploma supplement and recognize at which university he will get more matching courses and where he can continue his education.
Why do you need blockchain for this?
Because it's a decentralized, we use it like a decentralized database. Every university can put data in this database, let's call it. And every other university around the globe can access this data without any negotiation with some central institution.
Yeah, it's a pretty big problem, because right now, even in European Union, when all universities are connected, there are no one database. And NEAR is one database for all universities all over the world.
Thank you, judges. Yeah, one more question. Yeah.
Can you explain a bit of your AI, like how it works?
It's just learning from data, what we put in blockchain. It's a language model who just try to recognize if this description from diploma supplement fit to our description. That's all.
Thank you, team. You need help?
Thank you.
Clicker. So we're halfway through. Let's invite our next team. It's called Partage. I hope I'm not messing up with the pronunciation. Partage BNB. That's it.
You know, I remember looking under my rug at my Airbnb in Lisbon, and I couldn't see any key. So I dialed up the owner, and I asked her, well, there's a key missing. It took her about 3 hours to come to the apartment, and as a traveler, I had a bunch of luggage, so I couldn't really do anything but sit there. And when she finally came, she gave me the key, and we just started having a nice conversation about Lisbon and the restaurants in the area. And this whole experience inspired me to think about in our team to build a token that users will receive when they book a hotel or Airbnb that will act as a digital key for room access. And this token, when used and when shown to restaurants and other places, it will be used as a verification for the restaurant partners to the hotel to give people discounts. Combining these technologies on Near, we decided to combine Partage and Rodit to create this solution.
So Rodit is a non-fungible token that is digitally signed. And what it does is to bring together 3 different life cycles that can be complex to manage and that can lead to problems that the ones that they need have. So you have the contract, the authentication, and the payment life cycles in one go.
By assembling the Rodit token in the Partage platform, we are unlocking shared utilities on Near blockchain. So basically how it works, owners will list properties to share, and users will select a utility in the marketplace. They will mint a temporary access to it. They will use the NFC signal of their smartphone to unlock the utility at door. So how it goes, in terms of UX, we are broadening the marketplace. We select a utility we like. You can book your access here. You have a calendar. You have details about the property. And by clicking the mint button, you receive a token, the Rodit, on your wallet, the Near wallet, that you then use to open the smart lock with the NFC signal. We conducted a bit of market research and have pending partnerships. So actually, we realized that one of the most important things for crypto ecosystems is to grow adopters in real life. And we found out that hotels see them as promising partners. Also, smart lock brands are in a quite competitive industry, and they seek for niche markets. So we will, for the next step, integrate our solution in existing NFC readers and follow up with the hotels who wanted to try the beta testing. Thank you. You can the QR code.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much. Judges, do we have any questions for the team Partage?
Could you talk a little bit about your go-to-market? Where are you planning to begin with hotels in a certain geography? Is there, any thinking around that?
Yeah, in terms of go-to-market strategy, I think that partnering with smart lock brands is definitely a good move because they have existing users, catalogs, customers, and so we will propose them to, we actually got in touch with some of them. We have a list of 10 that has open API for developers, and at least 2 of them agree on working on integrating our app in their device. So then we will appear in their catalog, and their actual customers will know that they can list their properties on the Near blockchain using our app.
What parts of your solution work today, and what's sort of future functionality?
So what we have today is a marketplace, is a smart contract to mint this Rodit token. And we also have a prototype of a smart lock that's proving the concept. So what we need to do now is follow up with the pending partnerships with the smart lock brands to have a better device and a go-to-market faster than if we build it ourselves from scratch.
Any more questions?
If you try to operate through NFC, does it mean that it's not going to work on Apple? Because Apple devices are quite tightly controlling that.
So the Rodit works with any device that can use a Near wallet. We actually have submitted a standards proposal, so this particular type of token can be displayed gracefully on any Near wallet. So it will work on any operating system.
No, Rodit would, but opening of the doors and usage of NFCs linked to Rodit.
Yeah, that's totally compatible because we are using elliptic cryptography for the signature of the Rodit. That means that by installing the public key in the smart lock, we can validate that the NFT is authentic and valid, even if the smart lock is offline. And that is quite widespread. You know, you have libraries for elliptic cryptography for any kind of Internet of Things device, which is one of the most established ones and most trusted also.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team Partage. Can I have my clicker back? Thank you so much. And let's welcome to the stage our next contestant, Nick, with the project Assistant. Oh, a sister, sorry. Is it a sister? A sister. There you go. Clicker.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Nick, and I'm happy to present to you a sister, which is developer and relationship platform powered by AI. We have a huge elephant in the room that no one is talking about. There are 30 million web software developers worldwide, but only 20,000 of them contributing to Web3. Why so? Because developer success pyramid, it's not only about ideas, it's also about ground layer, it's about knowledge management, it's about onboarding and support. And Web2 folks, they already have like 20 plus years, almost 30 years to build all this so developers in Web2 can succeed. But in Web3, we are not there. And we have two sides of this problem. On one side, developers who struggle to find tech documentation when they need to keep building what they want. And on the other side, we have DevRel engineers who are doing monkey jobs by simply asking, simply replying on the same repeatable questions. They don't have any data to improve their processes. And it's not scalable, it's not attractive, it's not automated. It's not the way how it should work in 2023. Our team was quite surprised with Illia's vision about AI agents, and there is like second box development relationship agent. It's basically what we are working on, what we believe it is a team. And here we are, as sister. We connect all sources, we deploy AI bots. It could be Discord, Telegram, or web application, and we hope that it's improved dev experience. Right now you can scan QR code. It's basically our Telegram bot, which is already live. But still it's not enough, because we need human in a loop. And human in a loop, we have already collaboration. We just discussed it yesterday with Heroes. Our first bounties are there. If our bots are not capable to provide high quality support, you can go to Heroes, submit on Stack Overflow issue, and community members will respond to you, and we'll get bounty, and we will retrain our bots based on this response. The same with updates, documentation, we can do it with Near tasks. So we have this sister flywheel where community contribute, community get actively involved, community get rewards, and a sister works. So it's like very sustainable approach. We have a team who has first-hand experience this problem on both sides, as developers and also as community managers. If our vision to empower the next million of Web3 developers to build the products without spending seconds on searching docs or waiting on manual support is something that resonates you, reach me out. Would love to hear your thoughts on this.
So needed. Any questions from the judges?
Thank you. So OpenAI just released chat assistants this week. How are you going to compete with that?
Yeah, like we are not offering one chat that's very specific. It's like a first part. Second part, we offer the whole platform and the whole flow that automates and have two parts in a human in a loop. Like one, it's a DevRel team who can contribute the experience, understanding of ecosystem, how everything works, understand the priorities and like the right routes, the right way of building some specific smart contracts or some specific ecosystem. And it's very important because if you will just upload any tech documentation from Near to these bots, it would be messy. It would be hallucinating, it would be not correct answers, not correct support, and so on. And also on the other side, we have community who actively working. So they are doing test features at the beginning, but then they also get rewards, and also they can contribute to the quality of these bots. So it's not about like creating a vector database, which is one element of our system, but it's like the broader automation of DevRel function on protocol level.
Thank you.
So how does the system know when and how to involve a human?
Yeah, so as soon as, like at the beginning, we're doing pre-training work in collaboration with DevRel engineers. It's something that we already have experience to do because we just launched 3 weeks ago on Solana, and we already aggregate a lot of feedback from 200 developers who already use our solution for them. And right now, like over the next 3 weeks, we're gonna launch second version based on improvements that we got from DevRel teams. They have 12 DevRel engineers, and also based on contribution from community. So community, what they are doing, we launch bounties for them, and they can like build whatever they build, ask questions, we provide response. If it works, it works. If not, they can submit the bug report on Stack Overflow or Stack Exchange, like, hey guys, I found that this response doesn't work. It's kind of hallucinating, or it's low quality response. And we're taking this data from this user. It could be through wallet, and we can reward that he submit like $1, $2, $3 for submission some bugs. But also another person who on Stack Overflow or Stack Exchange provide a response, we analyzing that there is like, I don't know, 5, 10, 20 likes. It means that people found this response valuable, and we're taking this response to our system, retrain our bot. So the next answer, the next question, similar question, would be respond based on this user provided feedback. And in that way, we have very sustainable approach to upload information to our vector database, to upskill our bots, but also to involve all the community members to the process. Thanks.
Thank you. We have time for one more question? I think.
Sure. I'm interested in learning or understanding like what sort of LLMs you plan to support.
Right now we experience with ChatGPT, of course, like we played with 3.5.4, and also with Llama. It's all depends on the customer needs, like if there is some specific needs, like for example, someone cares more about privacy.
Thank you. I'm sorry,
source.
the time is up now. You
Sorry.
got your answer,
Thanks.
right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's invite to the stage. It's 3 more projects to go, so if you're tired, just take a breather. I'm going to entertain you with a story. So we wanted to create actually an AI track for this hackathon, but I didn't expect so many awesome AI submissions. So probably we will add the AI nomination, like a separate one, because at this presentation, I think we have 3 projects that integrated AI in their workflow. So let's welcome to the stage our next contestant, DeFi Builder.
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I'm here to present DeFi Builder, the world's first fully no-code Web3 development platform that will empower the next generation of Web3 builders. Our goal is to fully democratize DeFi development. The remote is not working. The problems that we encountered when we first joined the Web3 market is that we had incredibly high costs for development, very low security with freelance developers, and very long development timelines. And moreover, it was very skill specific. So whenever we needed something very specific to develop, it was incredibly hard to find the right developer for our own quest. And this is exactly where DeFi Builder succeeds. Our protocol works on a modular structure. So essentially, it works with plug-and-play modules that users can utilize to deploy tokens, DEXs, launchpads, and lending and borrowing platforms, and any other core DeFi protocol. It has customizable front end, so you can consider it somewhat similar to WordPress, for example, but for Web3. And we will also have a module marketplace that will empower Web3 developers to start their own modules on our platform and make earnings from them. For NEARCON, we also developed a special module that is Near AI, and it is an AI-powered, it's an AI model that was trained by us to generate smart contracts for users. But how does it work? Essentially, users can go to our website, they can pick their chain, in this case we have Near or Aurora, and then they can connect with their wallet. For Near, they can connect with the Near wallet, and with Aurora, with any Web3 wallet of their choice. Then they can select from various templates, and then each template will have certain features that can customize the template a little bit more. And then the magic happens with the customization, where they can describe exactly what they want for their smart contract. And then they can pick between JavaScript and Rust and generate their smart contract with no coding knowledge at all. Afterwards, you will have your contract that is ready for deployment. For our roadmap, right now we are focusing very heavily on finishing Near AI in the next 3 months. Afterwards, we will also have an AI front-end generator that will use ABIs from the smart contract to deploy a front-end that is workable. And then we will also work on our module marketplace in the next 8 months that will allow developers to join our ecosystem and make modules for us. As far as our go-to-market strategy, we're focusing very much on developers and on chains. For developers, we already have a group of over 700 developers that are working with us in a private group to test our product. And we also have various chains, at the moment 3 that are fully partnered with us. Our business model has 3 different types of revenue streams. One of them is on deployment fees, the next one is on module royalties, and the third one is on module marketplace royalties. And our team is a talented team of 8 members that have been working with us for the past 3 years. We've reached over $80 million in TVL across various projects on various chains. And now my colleague Lorenzo can answer all of the hard questions that are technical that you will give him. And for everything else, I'm here as well. Thank you.
Hey. I'm here for the technical side, and we worked a lot to make this possible. So I would really appreciate like a technical question.
What hasn't worked when you generate a contract here? What kind of errors or mistakes do you see?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was hoping for a more easy question, but it's like a good question. In our roadmap, basically, we want to integrate a unit test. So basically, as soon as a smart contract is generated, we are training a new AI that is able to generate tests for the specific smart contract. So we want to set up a generative adversarial network system where you have 2 different AI competing between them. One is generating the contract and the other one is testing. They go forward and back until the contract passes all the check and then is served to the user.
Thank you.
Where did you get the data for the Near smart contracts? There are not a lot of them.
Yeah, we trained our model by using LangChain and the Llama Index. We scraped the data from your GitHub. We found a lot of examples, and then we look everywhere in the internet to find a lot of new contracts, and we used that as well to train our system. Instead, for the Aurora smart contract, we used OpenZeppelin as well, and a data set of over 100,000 smart contracts that has been verified on Ethereum scan.
Yeah, this is simple. I mean, if you want to have a simple thing on board to Aurora.
Yeah. Any other question? Nope. Oh, I would just say that I really hope that in the near future we can give the ability to these amazing crows in front of us to be able to join the DeFi space and enter in the Near protocol in just few clicks. That's really what is our project, is giving to everybody the ability to join the DeFi world and the DeFi space.
Thanks, but that's
This is how you use your spare time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DeFi Builder. And let's invite to the stage our next project, which is literally called Next, as CFO for your startup. Welcome, Sasha.
Hello, everybody.
Can you just
it's a pleasure
to the center of the stage?
to see you here.
There you go.
And I'm a founder of financial platform for startups, Next. And now I'm ready to tell you more about the project. So I worked like a financial consultant for more than 10 years. And previous year, I decided to start digitalize the process of business planning. So during this year, we already collect more than 10 startups which waiting for the product. So yeah, it's me. We already have several financial experts like a team. Also, during the hackathon, we decided to work together with Alex, who is a blockchain guru. And now I should tell you a little bit more about the product. Imagine, we have a lot of startups that failed this winter and before. And less than 10% of startups stay alive in a year. Our aim to help startups make better financial planning and also forecasting of the metrics to see more startups like businesses. So what about NEAR? So a year ago, we tested and make a little prototype based on NEAR wallet and implement function of invoicing and DAO collection. And during this year, talking to accelerators and incubators and other people from the industry, it became absolutely clear that solution which will help Web3 startups collect data absolutely necessary. So it's our goals for the year, our goals this year, and plans for the next. So. So, Alex, are you ready to tell more about technology?
Yeah, so of course, all the startups not willing to share financial data with any third party, especially putting it on the blockchain. And here where we can utilize the most advanced technologies in crypto space, zero-knowledge machine learning, basically to allow anyone to share any data they want with this model, and it can give insight without revealing any details of this financial information to even the model itself. And of course, NEAR is a really good fit as an infrastructure to run these zero-knowledge machine learning products because of scalability features and sharding. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much. Team next.
Yeah, and during the hackathon, we made a plan how integrate and how to build this.
Unfortunately, the time is up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. Any questions from the judges?
Yeah, but I'll softball you this, like the thing you're about to say. What works now? What does it do today?
Once again, please.
Sure. What parts of the system are built out today? What does it do now that you've finished the hackathon?
Now system works manually. I collect best practices from best incubators from Europe and the US, and now it looks like a pool of smart tables to and work manually. And part of product already made on NEAR, and like a wallet with function of invoicing to de-anonymize your contractors and your transactions, because it's necessary to pass through due diligence, collect all transactions that you did in your wallet. And also the second function, it's a collection of contracts in one place when you can see which kind of relationships you have with your contractors and partners and projects around you in Web3.
Thank you, judges. Any more questions?
How do you get your product going? So I want to engage you. What do I, as a startup founder, need to give you? How do I start working with you?
Now it works like that. We collect all data that you have, your bank account, bank statement, information from your Excel files, information about your plans, and also we ask you 50 questions about the startup. And now it takes 5 days to implement modern accounting in your company for small companies, and also to make a business plan based on your information and data. We need just collect your plans, your statements, and current data about the startup.
Thank you so much, team. Next. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we present Quex. Please welcome to the stage, AVB. Not yet? Yeah. Oh, you have a mic.
GM, the rumors are true. I've been recruited by an autonomous AI agent to present to you the future of governance. But first, why autonomous AI agents? Because DAOs are a disaster. We have to stop lying to ourselves. It doesn't work. For many reasons, mostly around human coordination and competence, or lack thereof. But when you introduce AI, it's a new world. Efficiency, they don't sleep, it performs. When you blend it with the blockchain, superpowers. Of course, these ideas are not new. We had an entire AI day yesterday. We had some of the brightest minds in the space share their view and their vision for the space. But today, we delivered. On mainnet, right now, you can find our MVP. On an interface which is quite familiar with any GPT agent, you can interact with our grants allocator autonomous AI agent. You can go there now and play with it. We call it a game because it's not a real grant, but you can interact with the agent to see how efficiently it performs. It will ask questions as required. It is polite. It is fast. If you get the message back that you've been funded, it automatically executes the Near smart contract and you get your funds immediately. No need to wait for weeks or months or maybe never hear back. Here is a photo of Steven, our grants agent at work. So what have we done for this hackathon? There are 4 key repos. The first one is a boss front end where you interact with the AI. The second one is the backend server. Third, smart contract on Near. And the third one, the SGX server to connect with OpenAI. So the secret sauce really is in the bottom right. We've taken the approach of trusted hardware. Some people may try to do ZK. That doesn't work. The proofs are too big. We have cracked the SGX certifier so that without any human intervention, we're able to certify that the inputs from the user are what the LLM is taking into account, and that the input from the LLM is what the smart contract is taken into account. Trusted hardware, we can take the private key all the way back to the Intel factory where the private key is in the trustless execution environment. Are the funds safe as any commercial cryptography out there right now? So why is this important? Is this a toy for your children for Christmas? No. This is important because first, we need something worth governing. And right now, we have a huge community treasury that is in desperate need of that efficiency layer to get funds out there to the community. We want to start funding initiatives that matter so that in time, it will have more and more public goods, which will also become, likely, governed by DAOs. The future belongs to AIs talking to each other, and we've enabled the trust layer through Near smart contracts to make that happen. We've gotten fantastic feedback, and would love to hear some questions from the audience or the judges.
I'm sorry, time's up. Thank you so much for an amazing pitch. Let's hear from the judges.
So how is Steven trained? How does he make his decisions?
Yes, so Steven is a traditional LLM, so it will be assessing the input from the user. You can customize it based on your custom data, but this really goes to show just how dire the state of DAOs are. Even basic due diligence, like reading the proposal or checking someone's GitHub repo, even that core level of performance that you would expect from someone doing their job, Steven will perform relentlessly, efficiently, and instantly. Going forward, we can introduce things such as AI vision. You can have more and more custom data sets. Because all the inputs are on Near smart contracts, it can actually learn on itself and, yeah, hopefully build more custom data sets.
Is there a business model around this?
Yes, so if anyone has a DAO and assets worth managing, we'd love to talk to you. Probably a small fee for handling all the money efficiently. We'd like to think about the value generation, both in terms of what you save from paying people to do a fraction of the job, but also in terms of value creation. How much value could we unlock if we have a shared interface for anyone to be able to access funding in a fair way? And yeah.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, team. Let's have another round of applause for our hackers. Now Drew and I will take a 10-minute break to select the pitching competition leader, winner. So let's go backstage. We will be back shortly. Did you miss me? So we have a competition winner, but I won't tell you because I have some more people who want to tell you about this. So we have Chris and Illia for the closing remarks and the announcement of the pitching competition winner. Welcome on stage.
All right. Okay. Thank you for those who survived.
Still here?
Yeah. Hope it
Wow.
was a really exciting, good event for you. It's been an amazing event for us. There's been a ton of work put in this, but it's amazing to see kind of all the energy, all the projects, all the community coming together, people building, people kind of talking, finding partnerships. And so, yeah, really great to be here, really excited. And, you know, looking forward to see you, obviously still, you know, throughout today, but also in next year as well. So NEARCON had over 150 speakers, 3 venues, and 3,000 people registered. It's been an amazing event, as I said, kind of, if you haven't been to a hackerspace, if you haven't visited other spaces, like really cool, lots of exciting stuff going on there. I mean, you obviously seen exciting projects here.
And like Illia said, none of this would have been possible without many, many different people. So first of all of our fantastic sponsors. Thank you so much. Means a huge amount to us and to the ecosystem, doing some very important work here. And of course, great media partners as well. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. And last, but definitely not least, developers, builders, founders. But seriously, the whole NEAR community, everyone here in this room, you know, we would not be the ecosystem we are without each and every one of you. So thank you so much for traveling all this way, taking time out of your busy schedules, you know, to celebrate NEARCON with us.
And for people who are watching online, we'll see you next year.
Yes. So one of the other great things we had this NEARCON was Horizon's first IRL event with 60 hand-picked founders, hugely impressive group of people, some extremely exciting projects as well, and this is really just the beginning of Horizon's next chapter, and we're super excited to see what is coming next. But I think a big congratulations also to the Horizon team for running such a fantastic experience, and I know all of the founders. It was great to get to meet many of them, and also they seem to have an incredible experience. So well done, Horizon team. And of course, this year was the very first year for the NEARCON app. Everyone has been stacking their NCon very well, but also not just stacking it, but actually spending it, using it in this fantastic conference-based economy. So we've had over 5,000 transactions through the app. We've had over 250,000 NCon has been spent on, you know, delicious food, on the great swag. And of course, as we mentioned, the top 3 NCon earners are going to be announced next week, and they will get a free trip to next year's NEARCON, which is amazing.
And Jake doesn't qualify. All right, so with further ado, I want to announce the winner of the pitch contest. It's a DeFi builder. It's really amazing to see, you know, while I was, you know, talking about how AI can be helping developers and augmenting our experience, people are already building this at the hackathon. So, you know, next time we just can, you know, all move to the hacker space and just hack instead. I think nobody need to listen to me. But yeah, thanks for all the builders who participated in the hackathon. I mean, all the projects are really exciting. There's a ton of other kind of nominations as well, so this is not the only thing. So, but yeah, the important part, continue building. There's tons of stuff to build across web, open web and Web3. We have really kind of exciting stack now to power with apps, and I'm really excited for AI kind of applications as well, and we're going to have some interesting stuff there. So just to kind of remind what is the open web, right? It's really kind of the vision we're aiming for, where internet, people own their assets, data, and power of governance. It's really about kind of people being in control and going away from the current state where the middleman, or kind of centralized services are turning users, turning kind of interactions that you have with others into a product. And we want to be the place, the ecosystem, where the best kind of for founders to build on, right? Not just if you want to use the blockchain, not just if you want to use the front end, not kind of across the stack, anything you build. In this paradigm, we want to be there, help you, and provide tooling, provide the ecosystem support, provide the connections and connectivity. Right, that's why we have Horizon, which is a founder kind of network and contributions. It has its own programs to incubate founders. That's why we continue building more and more tools and instruments beyond just blockchain to really simplify onboarding. That's why we're working with consumer apps that you can actually partner with to bring kind of your application in front of users.
So, some news, some of the big announcements we've had this week, right? So I think the first one, which is just about the worst kept secret in the history of our ecosystem, we have, speaking of bringing founders back to the center of the ecosystem, we have Illia as the foundation CEO.
And we announced near data availability, right? We're bringing not just, as I said, if you're building on near, but if you're building a layer 2, if you're building an Ethereum ecosystem, you can leverage near to drop your transaction costs 8,000 times, which is a lot for those. And we have first kind of layer 2s that are building with us, which is really exciting and kind of been an amazing pickup on Twitter as well across Web3 ecosystem. And so this is amazing kind of in this broadening the platform that we're building and really showcasing the technologies that we built. How can it help kind of beyond just, the layer 1, but in this broader modularity stack. Then we announced zero-knowledge WebAssembly partnership with Polygon. This is really a technology partnership, kind of advancing what you can do with zero knowledge and allowing to have succinct proofs for pretty much generic computation, to have for scaling blockchains, to have better decentralization, better bridging, as well as more generically, machine learning, computation on edge, going beyond just the blockchain use cases. It also means that you can unify liquidity, unify access, and kind of abstract the blockchain as you kind of implementing this technology across Web3 general. And this, again, brings us closer to Ethereum ecosystem, allows to have a lot more interoperability, and really sets us up to kind of be the technology stack that is where you can build, where you can kind of transact, where you can have and own your value, and have the security of the whole Web3 ecosystem. Finally, today, we announced a partnership with EigenLayer, which is another way to partner with L2s. And this is about leveraging Near's fast finality, right? Near is what blockchain that allows to kind of produce blocks every second, finalize them every 2 seconds. And what this means for rollups, that they can publish their proofs, publish their data, and have not just data availability, but also proof verified and settled by Near blockchain. This means you can have 4,000 times cheaper settlement in 3 seconds, comparing this to hours or days, and kind of with like standard way that protocols doing this. It means you can bridge, again, value between layer 2s, and really kind of in the spirit of open web, we're unifying the blockchains. We're making kind of them faster and cheaper across the board. And with blockchain operating system and kind of the stacks we build, we're really creating a way to abstract that out and power the user experience now to have all of this experience in one place, right? If you can use any layer 2, any layer 1 from one kind of sets of applications with one account ID, it starts to become less important where exactly things are, and it gives developers more flexibility how can they build. And that's what we're really going after. This allows us to kind of both provide immediate value as well as aligns us for the future, kind of working across the Web3 ecosystem. And finally, I mentioned before, AI is near. The core idea that AI is a transformative technology for productivity, for ways we're going to consume and produce information, as well as for ways we're going to interact with value and future work. And we have some chat. The update reminder. And so one day we have open web that doesn't have updates, right? And so AI is kind of fundamental vertical for us. It's kind of the background of our team. We've been already working with top AI teams in the space. This was really cool hackathon projects doing AI already, and we're going to continue investing in this space, and stay tuned for more cool announcements around AI and Near. So step into open web. Yeah, welcome to the conference. Thank you for being here. Thank you for...
And thanks to everyone who made this conference so wonderful, so seamless, particularly Jack Collier, the foundation CEO, and his fantastic team, Yadira Blocker. Thank you guys so much for everything. And also, final reminder that NEARCON is not quite over yet. We still have the incredible closing party tonight, 9 p.m. I hope we're going to see all of you there, and we can continue the celebration.
Yeah, and thank you for Littles to sponsor it and organizing. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Good to see you all.
Yeah, thanks, guys.